Old Bai raised a finger and took 2 steps forward. The first question, have you ever studied your spiritual beasts carefully? Han Fei and the others were all surprised. What kind of problem is this? Of course, we've studied them. Old White Man sneered. What you did cannot be considered studying. For example, Xiao Xiaochan didn't know what her giant arowana was capable of, and Lu Renquang doesn't know how to make use of his spiritual beast, spiritual clam. How can you be called geniuses if you can't even master your spiritual beasts? Without giving them the opportunity to refute, Old Bai continued, as you're getting increasingly stronger, the demonic fish in the sea will also become smarter and smarter. Guess whether or not you can still catch fish then? If it's getting more and more difficult to fish, what kind of path will fishers take? Hearing his words, everyone pondered. None of them had considered this issue before. In their opinion, fish are so silly. Just fish for them with bait. Luo Xiaobai questioned, in addition to fishing, is there any other way? Ho ho. You are fishing with your hands, and most of what you catch is only ordinary demonic fish. But some people don't need bait. They can easily get to the purple gold mine 100 miles away merely by casually waving their fishing hooks. How do you think they managed to do it? Han Fei and the others were shocked. Can a mine be fished? How? It's not even a living creature. Old Bai added, I said this just to make you think about it. Old Bai continued, the third question, have you ever wondered, which is counted as the starting point of cultivation for a great fishing master or dangling fisher? Zhang Xuanyu questioned, isn't a fishing master the starting point of cultivation? Lu Renquang added, yes. A fishing master can practice combat skills, higher techniques, and even secret skills. Old Bai stroked his long beard and sneered, a fishing master is nothing. Ms. Wenren, explain it to them. Wenren Yu stood up and smiled. Do you know why you didn't even know other realms above great fishing masters and dangling fisher before? Maybe you have heard of hanging fisher, hidden fisher, or something like that. But it was just hearsay. That's because your knowledge determines your vision. Wenren Yu's face suddenly turned serious. Fishermen and fishing masters are at the bottom of this world. In their lives, they don't need to know anything but living and fishing. Above fishing masters, there are great fishing masters, dangling fisher, hanging fisher, hidden fisher, law enforcer, and explorers, etc., above which, there are also venerable level masters. Why are they graded this way? Luo Xiaobai asked. Great fishing masters are only a transitional stage, and cannot be counted as a real cultivator. Only when you become a dangling fisher can you really embark on the path of cultivation. And fishers won't just catch demonic fishes. By the time you're strong enough, you will know this naturally. As for dangling fishers, as the name indicates, some of them can stand in mid-air. For example, the angels who once visited your village. They have wings on their backs, and some of them are hanging fishers and some are hidden fishers. After hearing what Wenren Yu had said, Han Fei concluded. Fishing masters and great fishing masters, they are at the bottom of the cultivation world and mainly responsible for teaching ordinary students and fishermen in the villages. A dangling fisher, they've just discovered the true meaning of fishing. A hanging fisher, they already have the ability to fly in the air and dive under the ocean, but not strong enough to transcend fishing itself. A hidden fisher, they have mastered superhuman skills. As the main force to explore the known sea area, they are able to explore the remains, dig up treasures, and look for mysterious resources from the ocean. A law enforcer, they are very strong and usually serve as leaders. Wenren didn't tell them exactly what kinds of leaders they served as, nor did anyone know. An explorer, they are the most mysterious. The known sea can no longer satisfy them. They will explore the unknown ocean, where it is full of adventures and dangers. Everything in the unknown sea is mysterious. Only when you become an explorer will you be eligible to move on. As for the venerable level masters, Wenren didn't say much about them. Obviously, they were a bit too far away from her. So, after hearing what she said, what they were thinking of was not those unreachable realms, but instead she asked, what kind of a cultivation path is fishing? A kit was thrown to them. They opened it and found 3 messages. First, explore how to make use of spiritual beasts in actual combat. Second, understand the true meaning of fishing. And then they were stunned to find that the 3rd message was empty. But Wenren pointed to the kit in the hands of Xiao Zhan. You'll know the answer when you get the 6th kit. If you can't get it, then just graduate from school. There is no need for you to know so much. Even if you get to know it won't do you any good but make you expendable among fishing cultivators. At this moment, everyone was a bit excited. Nobody told them about these things before. Even their village leaders didn't know this. Whom else could they ask? Now learning the secrets about different realms, they were very excited. In their eyes, every realm that Old Bai mentioned could not be easily achieved. Only after becoming a dangling fisher could they know the first secret of this world, which was only the first one. Han Fei suddenly asked, Teacher, can you tell us about weapons? I heard that there are magic weapons and spiritual weapons in the Linglong Tower, but why don't I see anyone using them? Wenren sneered, can you afford them? Han Fei muttered, well, I can only afford a few. Wow. Both Wenren and Xiao Zhan turned green. What? Wenren asked again, do you know that a high-quality spiritual weapon will cost millions of mid-quality pearls? Can you afford that? At least we should know about them if we meet them in the future. Han Fei shot back. Wenren shook her head helplessly. The magic weapons are much stronger than ordinary ones. High-quality and ultra-quality magic weapons are very powerful. For example, a great fishing master with the same level as you may break your defense if he uses a magic weapon. If he is an advanced or peak-level great fishing master, he should be barely able to pierce your body if he uses a magic weapon. Gosh! Everyone gasped. Pierced Han Fei's body? Seriously? Xia Shachan's eyes suddenly lit up. How can I get a magic weapon? Han Fei, lend me some money. I want to buy 2 magic daggers. Han Fei rolled his eyes. You wish? Then you can stab me with them, right? Don't even think about it. No money. Humph. Han Fei asked further, what about spiritual weapons? Wenren looked at Han Fei up and down. Spiritual weapons can easily pierce your body. Moreover, they have awareness. They will recognize a master. The master can sense his own spiritual weapon thousands of miles away unless the connection between the spiritual weapon and its master is cut off. For example, when the spiritual weapon is put in a small space such as sea, swallowing seashell. What about above spiritual weapons? Wenren said impatiently, "Are you through?" Above spiritual weapons are legendary or treasure weapons. There are few people who have seen them. Han Fei smiled and scratched his already deflated belly. I've got 3 magic weapons in my hand. But that's not enough. I have to find a way to get a spiritual weapon as my ace in the hole. Wenren continued, usually, if you are still fishers, you won't be able to get any combat skills or weapons. When you become fishing masters, generally, you'll only get some low-level combat skills. And when you become great fishing masters, as you see, there are countless combat skills in our academy. The highest level one is even heaven level, which is beyond the reach of the other 3 academies. Wenren's face turned serious. And, what I must tell you is to not rely too much on combat skills. Combat skills are just a means of combat. When you are fighting, the situation changes rapidly, and sometimes low-level combat skills may even be more effective than the heaven-level ones. Everyone was shocked. But who doesn't want higher-level combat skills? Luo Xiaobai muttered, mortal level, mystic level, spirit level, demon level, heaven level. And even higher? Higher? It's okay to tell you. Maybe you will have some special chances in the future. Above the heaven level, it is the venerable level, but those are very rare. Even in the city, ordinary heavenly talents can only get heaven level combat skills, and very few of them can get venerable level combat skills. Normally, there won't be anyone who owns a venerable level combat skill even in an entire city. Han Fei swallowed. Are venerable level combat skills so few? Han Fei suddenly realized that indestructible body is at the venerable level. Just deducing it requires 100 million points of spiritual energy. Then what will I get after I deduce it? Han Fei asked, Teacher, is there any difference in quality at each level? Wenren nodded. Sure, there are low quality, mid quality, high quality, as well as ultra quality. Han Fei asked hastily, is ultra quality the highest quality? Wenren was about to nod when Old Bai said, no, it's said that there is still divine quality above it, but at least we haven't seen any combat skills of that quality. Theoretically, no one in the city has seen this. Even if there are some people who have, there are only very few of them. Han Fei was very excited. Until today, he had a complete understanding of the relationship between realm, combat skills, and weapons. He also understood why his combat power was the strongest, although the others had better spiritual heritage than him. The only reason was that his combat skills were the strongest. Old Bai said, we just told you some information about the cultivation world. However, you don't have to think about it too much because many things are still out of your reach. Now let's go back to the 3 questions. I think now you know what the starting point is. Those below dangling fishers are disposable. As for the first and the second questions, you need to study them for yourselves. Luo Xiaobai asked, President, but for the second question, if fishers don't fish demonic fish, what do they fish? It's not that they don't fish demonic fish, but that they can also fish other things besides demonic fish. In the infinite ocean hides countless treasures. Why do you only catch fish every day, but don't hunt treasures? Old Bai looked at them speechlessly. I put it so clearly, why can't you still understand? Old Bai went away angrily. Wenren gave a strange smile and left too. Xiao Zhan sighed and looked at them. I was just like you when I was young. thinking fishing was simply fishing demonic fish. But in fact, it is not. Let me ask you, if somewhere in the sea was full of spiritual energy, what would you do? Lu Renkuang immediately replied, there must be something good there. I'd jump down and hunt for treasure. Xiao Zhan said crossly, shut up. Luo Xiaobai wondered, would I resort to fishing? Xiao Zhan smiled. Yes. When you enter the level 3 fishery one day, do you think fishes will take the initiative to come to eat your hooks? Han Fei thought of hexagon starfish. That bastard was very sly. When he wanted Han Fei to save him, he tried to please him with all kinds of benefits. As soon as he was liberated, however, he ran away with a swish. What a damn fish. Han Fei guessed, so we can not only fish demonic fishes, but also treasures. Right? Does it mean we can fish anything if we want? Xiao Zhan explained, only when you have enough strength. Although your combat skills are different paths lead to the same destination. 4. Example, you practice true spirit fishing, so you must have learned the water control technique. Then you need to fish according to the direction of flowing water and the strength of spiritual energy. You can have a try. Everyone was stunned. Xia Xiaochan begged, teacher, can we go to sea? Sure. Do you still want to fight in the arena? But you should have a clear idea of your purpose. It's not for fishing for demonic fish, but for you to study your spiritual beasts and try to figure out the true meaning of fishing. Wow. Yeah. We can finally go to sea. Xiao Xiaochan was overjoyed. Are we going now? Luo Xiaobai's eyes brightened. No hurry. Let's see if there is anything to prepare. Zhang Xuanyu added, me, I need 1 day. Han Fei nodded. Me too. Lu Renkuang said quickly, then I want 1 day too. You all have things to do. But I don't. I've decided to use the day to eat hot pot. Xia Xiaochan rolled her eyes at Lu Renkuang. It's not like we're not coming back. Lu Renkuang clicked his tongue. I just want to eat hot pot. Xia Xiaochan was helpless. Glutton. That night, Lu Renkuang went to the hot pot restaurant. Xia Xiaochan and Luo Xiaobai went shopping. Han Fei locked himself in the cave and no one knew what he was doing. Zhang Xuanyu disappeared with thousands of mid-quality pearls. No one knew where he was going. He Xiaoyu and Wang Baiyu were studying at the first academy, the Blue Sea Academy. At this moment, He Xiaoyu was practicing hard with Wang Baiyu as her sparring partner. She had decided to become a hunter. Clang. 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 Wang Baiyu asked, He Xiaoyu, why didn't you just choose to become a soul warrior? According to your talent, you're suitable for becoming a soul warrior. No, I just want to be a hunter. He Xiaoyu's attacks were all blocked by Wang Baiyu. However, Wang Baiyu was surprised. His talent was superior to hers, but why were He Xiaoyu's attacks so powerful? It was completely beyond the power a girl should have. Just when He Xiaoyu was sweating all over, a girl hurried over. Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, Han Fei from the 4th Academy came to you. It seems that he is having a conflict with the people in our school. He Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Ah? She jumped up and ran off while muttering, I'll take a shower. Why? Is it the first time you've seen him? He Xiaoyu snorted. It's none of your business. At the gate of the 1st Academy, a group of people surrounded Han Fei. Someone shouted angrily, Han Fei, What do you want? Are you coming to provoke us? You're not that important. I came to see someone. The man was angry. Bullshit. Last night, Zhang Xuanyu came and carried who? Karen off with him. Now you've come too. Who are you going to abduct? Han Fei? Han Fei was dumbfounded. What? Zhang Xuanyu had been here? And abducted a girl? Han Fei thought about it and patted his thigh in chagrin. Damn it, Zhang. Xuanyu did come to see that girl? That bastard. Han Fei pretended to be calm. I'm not like him. I won't abduct anyone. I'm here to see He Xiaoyu. Dozens of people were angry at his remark. So he came to abduct He Xiaoyu. Wasn't He Xiaoyu a girl in our school? And she was a pretty girl. Even girls were pissed off. You're such a jerk. You're in love with Xia Xiaochan. How can you still hook up with another girl? Han Fei was helpless. What? He Xiaoyu was my classmate when I was in the Heavenly Water Village. Can't I see her? The girl responded, no, now our whole school boycotts the 4th Academy. A girl echoed, yes, we're boycotting the thugs. A boy sneered, yes, we won't give you the opportunity to two-time He Xiaoyu. Han Fei shot back, my ass. If you don't stop slandering me, I will hit you. The boy immediately grasped the long broadsword at his waist. As I expected. You harbor evil thoughts. I knew you just came here to make trouble. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Get lost. Now I know why the 1st Academy is so weak. Look at you. All you guys know is to boycott this and boycott that. How dare you? That's enough. A group of people rushed up, but no one dared to fight him. They had watched the thug legend fighting in the arena. Han Fei was very strong and almost slapped Su Yabai to death. They were certainly not his matches, so they only dared scold him. Get out of the way. What are you doing? He Xiaoyu came out of the crowd angrily. A girl said, He Xiaoyu, the 4th Academy are our enemies. Don't be a traitor. A girl tugged at He Xiaoyu's arm. Yes, he wants to two-time you. Who Karen was tricked out by Zhang Xuanyu last night and didn't return overnight. And today, Han Fei came to abduct you. He Xiaoyu scoffed. Come on. What are you talking about? Han Fei is my good friend and classmate. He Xiaoyu broke free from the girl's hand and ran to Han Fei. What's up? Why? Did you suddenly come to see me? Let's go. Come with me. Behind him, the boys and girls of the 1st Academy thumped their feet in anger. He Xiaoyu could not stand the temptation. They could only watch Han Fei abduct He Xiaoyu. A girl suggested, they came to our school to abduct people, and we can do it too. Which boy is willing to do it? The boys immediately fell into a heated discussion. Hey! I think my strength has improved recently. Let's have a fight and test our strength? Huh? You do? I feel it too. Let's have a fight. Well, I feel I'm making progress in stick technique. When I make some more progress, I will try to enter the 4th Academy. They talked and walked away, leaving the girls staring at one another stunned. When those boys walked away, they muttered, abduct the violent Xia Xiaochan. And the iceberg Luo Xiaobai? Are they out of their minds? After a moment. A place where nobody was. He Xiaoyu asked shyly, Han Fei, what's up? Han Fei looked serious. He had a hunch that this trip was by no means simple. Neither was finding the path of truth. He Xiaoyu, can you do me some favors? Looking at Han Fei's solemn expression, He Xiaoyu couldn't help but be a bit panicked. Is something wrong? Han Fei shook his head and did not intend to tell her. It's okay. I just came to ask you to do me some favors. He Xiaoyu? The first is to teach the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body to Wang, Baiyu, Xiao Wushuang, and the others. Huh? Han Fei said with a smile, it's just a common combat skill. Just teach it to them. The second is, if you go back to the village soon, please go to the plantation and help old Jiang clean it up. I may not go back for a while. He Xiaoyu asked in worry, Han Fei, is something wrong? Han Fei shook his head. No, but I'm going to attend secret training and won't have time to go back. In the end, Han Fei hesitated but still handed over a jade slip to He Xiaoyu, saying solemnly, if one day, being a great fishing master is no longer your life goal and you want to become stronger, you can take a look at this jade slip. He Xiaoyu took it in surprise and wanted to check it immediately, but the jade slip didn't respond at all. You can't open it now. When you become a great fishing master, you'll be able to open it. Okay, I'm leaving. At the port, Han Fei and the others boarded their respective fishing boats and waved goodbye to Xiaozhan. After they flew away, Old Bai and Wenrenyu popped out of the crowd. Wenrenyu complained, why am I going? Old Bai chuckled. Because you lost the finger-guessing game. Wenrenyu sighed. These daredevil kids are certainly going to those places. Old Bai stroked his beard. Go then. Those places can't kill them. The 5 fishing boats were floating in the sky. Xia Xiaochan pointed to Han Fei. Why is your fishing boat so beautiful? Why? Are ours so ugly? Han Fei said smugly, someone gave it to me. Humph. Han Fei, let's swap fishing boats. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Nice try. Didn't you hear what the teacher said? We're going to the level 2 fishery, but we won't stay together. We will meet after 3 days to exchange our experiences. Xia Xiaochan held the map with one hand. But why are we going to the level 2 fishery? Experience the true meaning of fishing? Luo Little White was eager for the adventure. When we arrive, let's study our spiritual beasts first. We really haven't studied them in depth. Lu Ren looked at Han Fei with a fawning smile. Han Fei, can you give me some barbecue from your sea-swallowing seashell? Eat, eat, all you know is how to eat. Lu Renquang responded with a grin, otherwise, how lonely a person will be on the sea. Everyone was chatting happily except for Zhang Xuanyu, who was absent-minded and a little excited. Han Fei's eyes narrowed. Zhang Xuanyu, confess, where were you last night? Zhang Xuanyu said calmly, I just did what a man had to do. Xia Xiaochan wondered, what is that? Han Fei scoffed. Forget it. Xia Xiaochan, you've gotta study your giant arowana carefully. It often launches indiscriminate attacks. Xia Xiaochan sighed. I can't control it. It doesn't listen to me. Everyone. Luo Little White frowned. Then figure out why it doesn't listen to you. The Blue Sea town was a bit far from the level 2 fishery. Unlike the level 3 fishery where there was a teleportation channel, they could only fly to the second-class fishery. After about 4 hours, they arrived at the level 2 fishery. The level 2 fishery was much larger than the level 1 fishery. It was circular and encircled both ordinary fisheries and the level 1 fishery. It was so vast that no one could be seen on the sea. Great fishing masters could be seen in the Blue Sea arena every day, but when you walked on the streets of the Blue Sea town, it was not easy to see a great fishing master. The level 2 fishery was so much more vast, so the probability for great fishing masters to encounter each other was not high. The fishing boat had just landed on the water and Little White pointed at the map and said, "Everyone should be clear of where we are now, right? 3 days later, let's meet here. Take care." Xiao Xiaochan cheerfully said, "I'm leaving." Lu Renquang muttered, "It's so troublesome to run around. Anyway, our jobs are just researching our spiritual beasts. I'll just stay here, waiting for you to return 3 days later." Han Fei, my barbecue. Han Fei helplessly took out a handful of barbecue and handed it over. Eat. Eat. Don't sleep for 3 days at sea. Little White stated, "I'm heading north." Zhang Xuanyu asked, "Why not go into the water? Ocean. Treasure. Good things are all underwater." Han Fei immediately looked at Zhang Xuanyu. When did he become so smart? I can't agree more. Cough, Yu, we should have done some research at least 3 days ago before going to the sea. Otherwise, we'll be in danger. Zhang Xuanyu nodded. You're right. Then when are we going into the sea? Han Fei said casually, in a few days. Little White frowned. Complete the task the teachers assigned us first. We shall exchange our experiences 3 days later. Han Fei shrugged. Okay. Then I'm going south. In the blink of an eye, the crowd scattered and only Lu Renquang stayed in place. After going about 50 miles, Han Fei stopped. With a flash between his brows, Little Black and Little White ran out. Huh? Level 17? When did you upgrade? Why didn't I know? While Han Fei was stunned, the 2 little fish plunged into the water. Come back. Han Fei snorted. They were just away from water for 2 or 3 months. Why? Are they so excited? Little White flew back to Han Fei obediently. But Little Black just ignored his words. Just when Han Fei was about to take them back, the waves surged and Little Black came back holding a big fish nearly 2 meters long in his mouth. Name, strip fish. Introduction: a common fish in level 2 fisheries. Its dorsal fin is like a sword and has extremely fast speed and a great leaping ability. Level 24. Quality regular. Contains spiritual energy 187 points. Effect: it can increase one's health if it's eaten over a long period of time. Collectible: common fin sword. Absorbable. Han Fei looked at Little Black helplessly. Did I ask you to catch fish? As soon as you entered the sea, you caught a fish. You are only level 17. Little Black put the strip fish in front of Han Fei as if waiting for his praise. Han Fei looked at the fish whose back was almost bitten through and kicked it casually onto the deck. Han Fei wasn't in a hurry. He had enough time anyway. Little Black, show me your abilities except for invisibility and biting. Little Black circled around Han Fei, blinked and suddenly opened his mouth wide, which startled Han Fei, because his cherry-sized little mouth suddenly became bigger than his palm. Han Fei widened his eyes. Damn. What the teacher said was true. This little thing still had many secrets. How did he open his mouth this big? Fortunately, Wenren didn't see this scene. Otherwise, she would be scared to death. Although spiritual beasts could engage with their masters' minds, in many cases, they didn't know their own abilities. They just used their abilities by instinct. Thus, their masters should have a clear idea of their abilities. But Han Fei directly asked his spiritual beast to show him their new abilities. Han Fei swallowed. What else? Besides the big mouth, do you have any other ability? Little Black circled twice in confusion and suddenly opened his mouth again. This time, his mouth was as big as a wash basin. Han Fei was startled again and immediately scolded angrily, "Do you have any other advantage, besides having a big mouth? For example, can you dig for treasures, find treasures, or catch exotic demonic fishes?" Little Black got more puzzled. He felt that maybe his mouth was not big enough, so the next moment, his body suddenly became at least 3 times larger and his mouth became so big that it could swallow a whole person. Shoot! Han Fei sat on the deck in shock. You should be called Big Black instead of Little Black. But he was also surprised. Can Little Black get bigger? Han Fei asked, Little Black, how big can you become? This time, Little Black became about 5 times that of his original size. But even so, he was still less than 2 meters long. After trying again for a while, Han Fei found that this guy had no ability except to get bigger or smaller. However, he was really a big eater. The strip fish on the deck was swallowed by it wholly, but his body didn't change at all. Han Fei looked at Little White with a smile. Little White, what skills do you have? Show me? Little White blinked and with a boing, he fed Han Fei a mouthful of pure spiritual energy. Han Fei quickly swallowed it and said, Little White, what else are you capable of? However, Little White thought that Han Fei wanted to see him grow larger, so he also became larger, just as Little Black, except that Little White refused to open his mouth that big. Han Fei was helpless. Change back, change back. You look nicer when you're smaller. Han Fei took out a piece of low-quality spiritual stone and said with a gentle smile, Little White. I mean, besides becoming bigger or smaller, what other abilities do you have? For example, looking for treasure, digging for treasure, something like that? Little White stared at the spiritual stone, but Little Black suddenly came up, swallowed it, and chewed it happily. Han Fei said angrily, What are you doing? My low-quality spiritual stone. You are such a glutton. You eat even more than Lu Renquang. But just after Little Black ate the spiritual stone, Little White spat out a string of pure spiritual energy, which seemed to be purer than those in the spiritual stone. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. He discovered this ability of Little White long ago, but he thought Little White wouldn't spit out spiritual energy if Little Black was full. Now it turned out that he could keep spitting out spiritual energy. However, a moment later, when Little White no longer spat out spiritual energy, Han Fei discovered that a piece of low-quality spiritual stone was supposed to contain nearly 10,000 points of spiritual energy, but when Little White spat it out, only 6,000 points remained. But Han Fei couldn't absorb these 6,000 points of spiritual energy. His upper limit for spiritual energy was 2,199 points, so the rest was wasted. The only thing he was happy at was that the spiritual energy that Little White spat out nourished his body better than the effect of his own cultivation. Anything else? Han Fei knew that Little White had another ability, which was looking for spiritual energy. It had shown this ability when they were in that seabed. Mine, where Little White took him to find the spiritual stone. Little White jumped into the water, and Little Black followed him. Then, Little White took Han Fei to swim in one direction. Is Little White leading me to a treasure or spiritual energy? Han Fei wondered. After about half an hour, Little White stopped, spinning around on the spot. Han Fei immediately took out his fishing rod. Although Old Bai didn't allow them to bring fishing bait this time after injecting spiritual energy into the fishing rod, Han Fei could feel a small area under the water through the fishing rod. This was an exclusive ability of void fishing art. The fishing rod went nearly 200 meters deep. Suddenly, Han Fei saw a golden squid fly past with a swish that disappeared in the blink of an eye. Shoot! Han Fei didn't even know what kind of a squid it was, but judging from the speed at which it escaped and its reaction at that instant, it was definitely not an ordinary squid. Does Little White have the ability to find rare or even exotic creatures? Han Fei stared at Little White with shining eyes. If Little White had this ability, he would be able to catch countless exotic creatures, then fuse them and turn them into mysterious, legendary creatures or even stronger creatures. Han Fei said eagerly, Little White, can you still find it? Han Fei's eyes were shining. Wow, I'm gonna make a fortune. A scene of him leading a large army of legendary creatures popped up in his mind. If it came to reality, he would literally dominate the ocean. When encountering enemies, he just needed to release hundreds of legendary creatures. Who would be able to resist this? Little White hesitated for a long time and did not move. Han Fei sensed that Little White couldn't find the squid now. Han Fei was frustrated. There was a creature that was at least an exotic kind in front of me, but I didn't get the chance to do anything. I really regret that it ran away. Unable to find the squid, Han Fei just practiced the water vein technique for a while before putting away the fishing rod. If the first and second levels of the void fishing taught people how to fish, then the third level of the water vein technique was to teach people how to turn the fishing hook and fishing line into the pulsation of water. In this case, the fishing hook could quietly approach fish and then directly capture them. But Han Fei tried it a few times. It seemed that the effect was not very good. Perhaps he hadn't mastered how to use it yet and would only succeed once every 10 attempts. Han Fei was not in the mood to practice it. He repeatedly asked Little White whether he could find the squid again, but the damn squid seemed to have disappeared and couldn't be found again. Han Fei lay on the deck, facing up to the sky. Doesn't Little White have any other abilities? As he thought this, his mind turned a bit chaotic. He should have gone to dig up seabed treasure with Zhang Xuanyu. Gradually, a wave of drowsiness came over him and he fell asleep on the deck. Suddenly, Han Fei shivered and suddenly opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was startled. The world in front of his eyes was grotesque and gaudy. He saw a lot of strange planktons and many super large fish swimming past him. What happened? Han Fei wanted to shout, only to spit out a string of bubbles. Han Fei? Han Fei wanted to turn his head, but he couldn't feel his legs. And a tail? I even have a tail? Shit. Little White? Han Fei saw Little White circle around him. But Little White's size became strangely large, and he didn't look beautiful anymore. His head had become so big. Gosh. Have I become Little Black? Han Fei was stunned. This was a very special experience. He had turned into a fish, swimming with his fins and tail, and the vision of his eyes changed, which was just like when he took a picture from the bottom up or from the top down. Where am I? Hanfei wagged his tail to swim and occasionally opened his mouth to take a sip of seawater. Then, he opened his gills and slightly opened his scales, to absorb oxygen from the water, and then closed his mouth. Hanfei was stunned and at a loss of what to do. I became little black. Then, what happened to me? Am I dreaming? But why would I have such a dream? Hanfei was dumbfounded when a fish about his size swam past him. Name: bony spur fish, primitive spiritual beast. Introduction: covered with bone spurs, with extremely strong attack power, and often attacks the enemy by surprise. Level 13. Quality regular. Contained soul energy 152 points. He felt as if his body was out of control as he rushed up to bite and tear it apart. Not until he bit the innocent fish into pieces did Hanfei regain control of his body. Damn. Can anyone explain to me what happened? What the hell is this? And what is a primitive spiritual beast? Huh? Why do I feel stronger? Is it because I ate that fish? There seemed to be no concept of time here. Hanfei felt that he had been swimming for a long time and had eaten several fishes. There were also some that he wanted to eat, but they escaped. Hanfei saw many unknown fish, shrimp, and crabs, and also familiar ones, such as spirit-chasing shrimp, ice flame turtle, and lightning crabs. These were all F***king primitive spiritual beasts. Hanfei suddenly came up with an extremely shocking idea. This is not the level 2 fishery here, but the sea where Little Black and Little White came from. Hanfei saw the sea in the fishing trial when there was a film between him and the sea, and there were countless kinds of fish that seemed to try to break through the film, but in the end, only Little Black and Little White came through. Yes, that's the sea. This must be the soul ocean? Having figured this out, Hanfei was stunned. What happened? Why was he here? And why did he become Little Black? If this was the soul ocean, wouldn't it mean that all the fishes in front of him were all spiritual beasts? Hanfei swore that he had never seen so many spiritual beasts before. Hanfei was a bit anxious. If he became Little Black, then where was he? Or was Little Black possessed by his soul? At this time, Hanfei saw a huge monster swimming past. He took a close look. What the heck is that? A golden dragon? An arowana? What the fuck? What the hell is this place? Hanfei trembled in fright. He just saw a giant arowana swim past. Name: gold arowana, primitive spiritual beast. Introduction: it has a trace of golden dragon bloodline. After awakening, its quality will change and it will possess extremely strong attack power. Level 29. Quality: exotic. Contained soul energy 360 points. This time, Little Black didn't rush to bite it because he might get bitten. Instead, Hanfei suddenly came up with an idea. Could Little Black be eaten by other spiritual beasts in this damn place? After observing for a while, Hanfei was relieved. It turned out that under normal circumstances, these spiritual beasts would not attack each other. But that was not for sure. Hanfei saw a mantis shrimp knocking a spiritual beast to death and dragging it back into its hole as its food. At this moment, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. If the spiritual beasts were in such an environment, would they die at any time? But in the Real world, he had never heard of anyone's spiritual beast suddenly dying. No. There must be a problem. Han Fei chose a swordfish and came up to bite it. The swordfish felt the pain and immediately escaped, but it didn't seem to have any intention to fight. Little Black. Then Han Fei ran to a spirit-swallowing fish and swirled around in front of its eyes, but that fish didn't seem to see him at all. Han Fei immediately realized, shit, I forgot Little Black had the ability of invisibility. Can I possess Little White's body? With this thought, Han Fei suddenly felt dizzy, and then he saw Little Black in front of him. Did I become Little White? Haha, interesting. So I can switch between these two little guys. Han Fei didn't panic like before. There must be a reason for him to be here. After eating a few fish, Han Fei felt very energetic. He controlled Little White's body and swam to the spirit-swallowing fish. And then, something unexpected happened. This spirit-swallowing fish still couldn't see him. It was understandable that it couldn't see Little Black, because Little Black was invisible. But why? Couldn't it see Little White either? Han Fei suddenly got excited and a bold idea struck him: the spiritual beasts that had been summoned were invisible in the Soul Ocean, and the primitive spiritual beasts in the Soul Ocean couldn't see them at all. In order to confirm this idea, Han Fei ran up to the swordfish and nothing happened. He gathered courage again and ran around in front of the crayfish and nothing happened either. In the end, he chased a gold arowana for a long while and it gave no reaction at all. However, Han Fei's tail accidentally touched its eyes and it waved its head and hit him away. Haha. Great. Since other primitive spiritual beasts can't see me, then maybe I can eat them. Han Fei immediately returned to Little Black's body. This time, he began to bite any fish passing by. At first, those primitive spiritual beasts that were not at just fled in a hurry. In the end, the sudden death of many spiritual beasts finally attracted the attention of other primitive spiritual beasts in this water. Immediately, all the primitive spiritual beasts in this area began to panic. But Han Fei didn't feel it. He just felt that his brain was suddenly flushed by cold water, and then he felt a great increase in strength, mainly his bite force. Did I upgrade? Han Fei was utterly excited. In the past, he had to feed Little Black every day to help him upgrade, but he only upgraded by one level after a few months. But now, in the Soul Ocean, he had upgraded by one level just after eating a few primitive spiritual beasts. Then what if he continued to eat? When Han Fei ate about 30 more primitive spiritual beasts until he upgraded again. At this time, this area was in an uproar. All primitive spiritual beasts were running in a panic. But it didn't affect Han Fei at all. Where can you go? I'm invisible to you. But you're visible to me. How can you escape me? This time, Han Fei began to bite the exotic and even rare spiritual beasts. Pearl fish, spirit-chasing shrimp, sapphire crab, and lightning squid. Although it took a little longer to catch these rare spiritual beasts, he upgraded again after only eating 12. Little Black and Little White had directly reached the 20th level. And then, he continued. He didn't know how long it took. When Little Black and Little White reached the 22nd level, Han Fei looked around, only to find there weren't any fish. All fish had escaped. Han Fei wondered, there are too few primitive spiritual beasts in the Soul Ocean. Do I need to change spots? After swimming for a long time, Han Fei suddenly saw a flash in front of his Eyes and a squid with hook-like tentacles all over its body appeared in front of him. Name Iron Hook Squid, Sun Yang spiritual beast. Introduction: its tentacles are like hooks, and the hooks are poisonous. If caught by it, it will be difficult to escape. Level 27. Quality rare. Contained soul energy, 362 points. Huh? Someone's spiritual beast? Han Fei was hesitating. Shall I eat someone's spiritual beast? Can I eat it? Why can I see it? Does it mean that the spiritual beasts that were summoned here could see each other in the soul ocean? Han Fei thought for a while. Perhaps I can try taking a bite of it? The Iron Hook Squid obviously saw Little White, and suddenly hit at him with its hook. Han Fei was surprised. What? I am still thinking about whether to eat you or not, but you've taken the initiative to attack me? Little White dodged quickly. But Han Fei was angry. I didn't plan to eat you. But you started it. So Han Fei rushed up and bit off a squid tentacle. While he was going to attack again, the spiritual beast swooshed away and escaped quickly. Han Fei kept chasing him, but unfortunately, because the guy could see Little White, it ran extremely fast. After a while, Han Fei gave up. The summoned spiritual beast already had consciousness, otherwise, it wouldn't have escaped so quickly. After swimming for a while, when a lot of primitive spiritual beasts appeared around him again, he began to devour them like crazy again. Han Fei felt that he might upgrade at any time. Suddenly, he felt dizzy, and when he woke up again, he found that he was sleeping on the deck. Huh? Did I come out of the soul ocean? Why? At this moment, Han Fei suddenly bounced off the deck and threw out the double knives in his hand instantly. Who is it? Han Fei dodged, and an arrow was nailed to where he had just slept. Who? Who warned you? A few dozen meters away, a fishing boat was approaching. On the bow of the ship, one person held a longbow and shot 3 arrows again, intending to kill Han Fei. Clang! 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 The 3 arrows were easily blocked by Han Fei. Han Fei twisted his wrist slightly. An advanced great fishing master? The man looked surprised. This guy wasn't killed by my sneak attack? Run. Those who could come to the level 2 fishery were at least great fishing masters. The first idea the man came up with was to run away when his sneak attack failed. Now you want to escape? Do you think I'm dead? Han Fei walked through the air, waving his fishing rod, and bound this man with the fishing line in the blink of an eye. Then the double knives in his hand swished out through the air, drawing a strange arc in the air. Clang! The man raised his bow to block, but the next moment, the longbow that accompanied him for many years was cut in 2 directly. A magic weapon? The man exclaimed, pulling out his dagger, and trying to cut off the fishing line binding him. However, the fishing line quickly loosened and was taken back by Han Fei. The 2 knives flew back into his hand and Han Fei had stepped onto the man's ship. Little brother, I'm sorry. Please spare my life. I will repay you. Han Fei grinned. How? At the moment when Han Fei smiled, he moved again, and Han Fei saw a squid instantly fused with him. Han Fei was surprised. Iron Hook Squid? Han Fei was sure that this was just that Iron Hook Squid he saw just now. Smack! In midair, the phantom of a big seal fell down. The water-stirring seal appeared extremely quickly, shattering the cabin and smashing the man into the Water. Han Fei put away the water-stirring seal. He seemed to hit him too hard. Was this man killed? Han Fei stood on the boat and watched for a while. After several minutes, a head suddenly popped out of the sea, his face covered with blood. Help me. Han Fei didn't move. Standing on the bow of the ship, he asked, Are you called Sun Yang? Yes, help. At the next moment, Sun Yang seemed to be dragged down by something in the water and he never came up again. I hate faithless people like you the most. Han Fei was not surprised. After Su Yabai was hit by the water-stirring seal, he fainted. It was not easy for Sun Yang to persist underwater for too long. However, his name was Sun Yang. It was no coincidence that he met him here. He had just met his iron hook squid in the Soul Ocean. Han Fei felt that he had discovered a big secret, an extremely horrible secret. When a person was close to him, then the distance between their spiritual beasts in the Soul Ocean was also very close. But the point was, why could he enter the world where the spiritual beasts were? Since he could enter it, could others also enter it? If everyone could, wasn't it unsafe for his spiritual beast in the Soul Ocean? Regarding this issue, he decided to wait and try it out when the five of them met again 3 days later. Then Han Fei tried to enter the Soul Ocean again but failed. Whether he was lying down, asleep, or in a daze, he couldn't get in. Little Black and Little White didn't understand his meaning at all. Or they might not even know that they had just been possessed. But Han Fei found that Little Black and Little White had already reached level 22. How long did it take? It was only less than half an hour. And before they could only upgrade by 1 level in a few months. Han Fei was shocked. In half an hour, they upgraded from level 17 to level 22. By eating. How shocking was this upgrade speed? As Han Fei cultivated, the day had turned to night. Today, the sea was billowy and the wind was roaring. The 3 moons were almost shaded by clouds, and Han Fei's fishing boat drifted on the sea. During the day, he didn't feel the difference between the level 2 and the level 1 fisheries. Although occasionally there were some stupid big fish jumping from the water and attacking him, they were not his opponents at all. And there were no big shrimps like tentacle shrimps climbing up the fishing boat. At night, everything was different. The waves were surging and from time to time, some squids attached to the fishing boat. Unlike the squids in ordinary fisheries, these squids were very fierce. Smack. A few tens of meter-long tentacles slammed on the deck and Han Fei almost never stopped waving his double knives. Since dark, he had been slashing and hundreds of tentacles had been stuffed in Forge the Universe. Shit, aren't you done yet? Can't you just let me sleep? Little Black, bite them. Bite these bastards to death. Han Fei slashed these annoying tentacles while cursing. Although it seemed easy to chop off these tentacles, in fact, each of them were very powerful. If the double knives weren't magic weapons, it definitely wouldn't have been as easy as it was now. About 2 hours later, Han Fei gaped. The whole ship was almost full of squid. Fortunately, squid were not octopus, which were much more terrifying. There were so many squid tentacles that he didn't even bother to stuff them into Forge the Universe. The whole boat was full of this stuff, which was too many for Little Black to eat up, so Han Fei could only kick them all into the sea. Suddenly, Han Fei saw Little White twirling around him anxiously. Is there something special? At the next moment, he saw a pale gold shadow In the blink of an eye, a tentacle swept over and swept away the countless tentacles on the deck. A squid that had climbed on the ship was cut in half. The huge force dragged the fishing boat forward. Han Fei's face slightly changed. Is it that golden squid? Han Fei was shocked. I had been searching for you for so long and failed to find you. Now you actually sent yourself to me? Hugh. Ignoring the tentacles, while the golden squid was hunting, Han Fei put his fishhook into the water and activated the 1,000 twining to tie up the golden squid as well as the squid that was dragged into the water. The moment the fishhook entered the water, the golden squid hadn't discovered it. As soon as the 1,000 twining started, it immediately released the squid and tried to escape. Haha. You won't be able to run away. The 1,000 twining technique immediately took effect and bound the 3 tentacles of the golden squid at once. Squeak. There seemed to be a strange sound underwater. Han Fei was surprised. Can the squid call? What kind of squid are you? In the blink of an eye, Han Fei was pulled forward and the fishing rod was almost pulled out of his hand. When Han Fei stabilized himself, he discovered that the fishing line was pulled out 100 meters. Damn. So fast. He almost lost his balance and there were too many tentacles around, so he gritted his teeth, and the fishing boat disappeared instantly. He was dragged out dozens of meters. Flop. Han Fei fell into the sea. At the moment he entered the sea, countless claws stretched out at him. Slash. Little black. A cold glint flashed and 5 or 6 tentacles were cut off. Immediately, a water wall appeared in the water, and he used the water control technique to block dozens of tentacles. Then, Han Fei was dragged into the deep sea. Along the way, Han Fei activated the wandering dragon art and he grabbed the fishing rod with one hand and made various strange movements to block various tentacles. Strip fish, bony spur fish, big-headed prawn, and schools of fish. There were countless sea creatures, which were much more than those in the ordinary fisheries. Here, although the sea surface was billowy, there were still so many fishes underwater. However, Han Fei was not afraid at all. Since he had caught this golden squid, he certainly wouldn't let go of it. He activated the hook kiss and made the fish hook go deep into the body of the golden squid. Han Fei retracted the fishing line with a jerk, but he was pulled flying towards the golden squid. Hugh. Han Fei gritted his teeth. Too fast, this squid is running too fast. The fish nearby could not catch up. Some squids had just stretched out their tentacles, but Han Fei was already 20 meters away. What the hell is this squid? How can it run so fast? After a moment, Han Fei didn't know where he was, but he saw a large group of coral underfoot, and the squid dragged him to bump against the reef. Bam! Thud! The sand on the bottom of the sea was flying, and the coral shattered. Han Fei didn't know how many coral groups had been damaged. He was pissed off and tried harder to retract the fishing rod. After a while, he finally saw the golden squid more than 10 meters away. It was nearly 3 meters long. Because it was running too fast, the watermarks drawn along the way were like knives. But he was overjoyed to see a series of data. Name: golden squid. Introduction: mutated lightning squid, as timid as a hare, and incredibly fast. It has a bone, which can be used to refine spiritual weapons. Level 23. Quality: exotic. Contained spiritual energy 468 points. Edible effect: eating it can awaken a talent for speed. Collectible: thief bone. Absorbable. Han Fei beamed with a smile. It's an exotic creature. No wonder it's so awesome. If he hadn't sent himself to me, I wouldn't have been able to catch it. Pooh. While Han Fei was smiling, with a thud, a great mass of ink appeared in the water. Shoot. Squid, also known as cuttlefish, had an ink sac in its body. Normally, it would eject ink to escape when it was in danger. Han Fei plunged into the mass of black ink and immediately felt dizzy and almost vomited. Poisonous? Paralysis effect. Han Fei felt his head was spinning. Although he had taken the exotic poisonous fruit, this ink itself was not poisonous, or to be exact, half poisonous, so it could not be completely resisted. Fortunately, the paralysis effect of the body was fading, but he still wanted to throw up. Squeak. The golden squid in front was anxious and seemed to be wondering why it couldn't get rid of this thing. Universe machete. Hew. In the water, a cold light flashed and the body of the golden squid was penetrated in an instant. Bam! The golden squid crashed into a pile of coral. Han Fei put away the knife and quickly came to it. At this time, the squid finally remembered to use its tentacles. Poochie. When a tentacle was chopped off by Han Fei, the golden squid squeaked again in pain and began to run again. But this time, it wouldn't be so easy for it to run away. After about 10 minutes, the 10 tentacles of the golden squid were cut off by Han Fei, leaving only the 3 entangled by the fishing line. Han Fei stood in front of this big squid. Run, keep running. Humph, you can't escape me today. Collect. The golden squid, the 7 of whose tentacles had been severed, was hacked by Han Fei. Now, it was extremely feeble, so it was easily collected into the demon purification pot. Han Fei swam to the sea surface contentedly. There were many underwater creatures in the level 2 fishery. At this moment, he suddenly saw a spooky dragon-headed fish ramming at him. Bam! Han Fei smashed the dragon-headed fish with the water-stirring seal and swam upward without stopping. Along the way, he met dragon-headed fish, human-faced crab, and he was more scared than hurt along the way. To his scare, he was almost injured by a human-faced crab. At that moment, he saw hallucinations. There seemed to be countless tentacles around him, so dense that he couldn't even count. If it weren't for Little Black, who immediately attacked the human-faced crab, he might have to stay in the water for a while. Pooh. The white fishing boat appeared on the sea. Han Fei lay on the boat and gasped. It was really not easy to catch exotic creatures, much more difficult than catching rare creatures. After lying on the fishing boat for less than 5 minutes, Han Fei felt movement on the bottom of the boat. Needless to say, it was definitely those damn squids. Little Black, bite them. Oh, no, I seem to have forgotten 9 tails. With a flash on his arm, 9 tails appeared. He froze for a moment and then saw a tentacle stretch over from the side of the boat. Without any hesitation at all, 9 tails immediately caught the tentacle with its 2 claws and bit at it. Guard the goddamn ship, understood? Han Fei knew why he chose to forget this bastard. As soon as he was released, he began to run amok. The squid underwater were also stunned. Oh, what happened to my tentacle? 5 or 6 tentacles suddenly stuck out in rage. Nine Tails froze for a while and waved his tails with a jerk, and 4 or 5 tentacles were cut off and fell on the deck. Han Fei leaned on the cabin and shouted to Nine Tails, "Hey, over here. Tentacles are here." Maybe Nine Tails hadn't been out for a long time. He was very excited and ran around on the boat energetically. Although the tentacles were not weak, they couldn't resist Nine Tails, a legend-level creature at all. At this moment, Forge the Universe had been stuffed with tentacles. Han Fei decided to take these tentacles back to the Fish Dragon barbecue stall, as they could probably sell for a lot of money. It was about early morning, 2 hours before dawn. Han Fei saw a big fish bouncing out of the sea, which was dozens of meters long. Han Fei was stunned. What the hell was that? How could there be such a big whale in the level 2 fishery? Are you kidding me? The big fish went straight to Han Fei's fishing boat. Han Fei was startled, quickly preparing to steer the fishing boat to escape. Roar! He suddenly heard a dragon howling. Han Fei turned back. Dragon? Giant arowana? The only big fish that could howl this way that he had seen was Xia Xiaochan's giant arowana. After a while, Han Fei saw Xia Xiaochan sitting diagonally on the back of the fish, casually kicking the water with her feet. And those squids, when encountering the giant arowana, immediately escaped. Xia Xiaochan waved at him. When Xia Xiaochan jumped onto the fishing boat, Nine Tails was still running around, sweeping his tails wildly. There were so many tentacles on the boat that Han Fei didn't have time to pick them up. Xia Xiaochan immediately sat on the deck. "Fortunately, your boat is sturdy." Han Fei was shocked. "Why are you here? Where is your boat?" Xia Xiaochan looked at the tentacles. "It sank." "Why is the level 2 fishery like this? I heard that people often stay in the level 2 fishery for many days. How come so many squids have come out when we came here?" Xia Xiaochan shrugged. "Who knows? Perhaps we're out of luck. Anything can happen in the fisheries. If in danger, we can steer our fishing boats into the air or to the mixed zone." "Then why didn't you?" Xia Xiaochan shrugged again. "There will be growth only when there are challenges." "Ah. Do you have any barbecue? I'm hungry." Han Fei took a few skewers from the sea-swallowing seashell and handed them to Xia Xiaochan. Han Fei couldn't imagine how she sunk her boat, but her giant arowana was really magical, a bit too strong. Xia Xiaochan took a bite of garlic prawns. "Yum. Tasty. By the way, how did you come here? I remember you seemed to be going south or west. You were not in the same direction as me, right?" Han Fei grunted. "I just let my fishing boat float on the sea. How do I know where I am floating to?" It was not that Han Fei didn't want to tell her what he had done just now. The golden squid was lying inside the demon purification pot, and he couldn't take it out now. Xia Xiaochan looked at Nine Tails. "Your mantis shrimp is pretty good. With him guarding the boat, you don't need to do anything." Han Fei asked with a smile, "Have you considered catching a contractual spiritual fish?" Xia Xiaochan shook her head indifferently. "No fish is good enough. The rare ones are useless, and I can't catch any exotic fish. But I do want to catch a contractual spiritual fish in the level 2 fishery." Han Fei nodded. That was true. Among the 5 of them, only he had a Contractual spiritual beast, although only Han Fei knew that his relationship with 9 tails was not a contractual one. The other 4 should all be waiting to catch a powerful contractual spiritual beast. Xiao Xiaochan suddenly said, "Let's go find Kuang Kuang." "What about Xiao Bai and Zhang Xuanyu?" "Xiao Bai is a manipulator. These squids won't be able to hurt her. Zhang Xuanyu has a bloodthirsty shark. Even if his fishing boat sinks, he can ride the shark like me. Kuang Kuang is different, his spiritual clam can't swim." Han Fei nodded. Now that he had met Xiao Xiaochan, he had to stop practicing the water vein technique. Han Fei felt that he had learned a lot more about his spiritual beast. As for the true meaning of fishing, Old Bai said, he really had no clue. He couldn't just throw the fishhook into the sea, right? Lu Renkuang was very helpless. What was wrong with these squids? Why did they keep climbing onto his boat? In the dark night, a magical scene appeared. Weapons floated around his fishing boat. When it came to group battles, an armorist even had greater advantages over a soul warrior. Various kinds of swords and knives danced in the air and tentacles flew across the sky. By the time Han Fei arrived, Lu Renkuang's fishing boat was full of holes, not torn by the squids, but penetrated by his own weapons. Seeing Han Fei's fishing boat, Lu Renkuang immediately waved at him. "Hey, Han Fei, I miss you so much. Come and help me out." A few minutes later, the 3 of them sat on Han Fei's fishing boat and ate barbecue. Lu Renkuang's fishing boat began to leak and had sunk by half. Lu Renkuang muttered, "Why is my fishing boat such a piece of junk? No, we've gotta find a way to dig some wood from the seafloor and build our own fishing boats." After the night, 3 of the 5 of them had their fishing boats sunk. Shortly after dawn, Zhang Xuanyu came back on his shark. Then, within half an hour, Luo Xiaobai came back. Luo Xiaobai's fishing boat was almost broken. She got on Han Fei's fishing boat and asked, "When did you come back?" Zhang Xuanyu looked annoyed. "I was back when my fishing boat sank. The fishing boat is too fragile. I almost got dragged into the sea by the dam. Squids. Last night was a special situation, but since there is only this fishing boat left, let's just work together?" Han Fei suggested, "How about discussing what we found out about our spiritual beasts?" Lu Renkuang nodded. "Nothing surprising. My spiritual clam can quickly absorb aura and has very strong defensive power. Well, but yesterday I found out that it can change color. It can turn the same color as a squid." Zhang Xuanyu said helplessly, "There are so many creatures that can change color in the sea. What kind of ability is this?" Luo Xiaobai's eyes turned cold. "No. This is an ability. At least, it proves that the spiritual clam has the camouflage ability. My blue cannibal flower can release paralyzing venom over a wide range. It was just because of the venom last night that I wasn't injured." Xiao Xiaochan said casually, as if not impressed, "It seems that we all have some new knowledge of our spiritual beasts." With that, Xiao Xiaochan suddenly disappeared and then appeared on the bow of the ship almost at the same time. "Shoot, what kind of ability is this?" Everyone was stunned. Did she move that fast, or was it a shadow? This was too fast. Xiao Xiaochan's face was beaming with pride. "It's the special ability of my shadow shrimp. With it, I can instantly move to any place within 100 meters. Everyone Zhang Xuanyu suddenly pointed at the big shark in the water and scolded, "Did you see that? Oh, I'm really disappointed with you. You're so big but completely useless." Then Zhang Xuanyu shrugged. "I can control some low-level creatures by putting a trace of my consciousness into their bodies. But exotic species are more difficult to control and the probability of failure is too great." Everyone. Han Fei was curious. "Do you mean you can become a fish?" Zhang Xuanyu explained, "It's not that I become a fish. I am still me, but I control a fish. I will have two visions at the same time." Everyone was amazed. What is it like to have the vision of a fish? Only Han Fei was pondering. "I know what it's like. It's not funny at all." Of course, Han Fei was unsure whether these guys really said all the information they had learned. For example, it was only one night and Xia Xiaochan already had the teleportation ability. Seriously? Luo Xiaobai asked, "Han Fei, what about you?" Everyone was staring at Han Fei at the moment. Han Fei thought to himself, "I can't just tell them that I can enter the soul ocean. This ability seems a bit excessive." So Han Fei said, "My little white can look for exotic species in the sea. Last night, I was chasing an exotic creature and somehow met Xia Xiaochan." "Exotic creatures?" Everyone exclaimed in unison as they looked at Han Fei with shining eyes. Han Fei gave a wry smile. "Don't be excited. If exotic creatures are discovered, they will hide and cannot be found again. With their ability to react and escape, it's extremely difficult to catch them." Zhang Xuanyu said excitedly, "But there are 5 of us. As long as we find their positions, they won't be able to escape from us." Xia Xiaochan was itching to try. "I have the ability to teleport. As long as I'm within 100 meters away from them, I can catch them." Han Fei paused. "Yes. This ability of Xia Xiaochan is way too powerful. Teleportation, this really is a magical skill." Luo Xiaobai added, "I can release paralytic toxins in an area too." Lu Renquang waved. "I can." Zhang Xuanyu scoffed. "No, you can't. Your spiritual clam can only change color. What the hell is the use of that? I can control the weakest fishes in the level 2 fishery, which can help monitor the exotic creatures." Lu Renquang. The discussion was buzzing until suddenly, everyone looked at Han Fei again. Xia Xiaochan's eyes were shining. "Well, Hottie, we're counting on you to get our contractual spiritual beasts." Han Fei shivered. "Don't call me that." "Humph." Han Fei smiled awkwardly. "Shall we go to the level 3 fishery to find contractual spiritual beasts? The exotic creatures in the level 2 fishery may not be strong enough." Luo Xiaobai shook her head. "No. Contractual spiritual beasts can grow with their masters, and won't be weaker than those in the level 3 fishery." Xia Xiaochan echoed, "Their strength doesn't depend on the fishery. Exotic creatures are not common in the level 2 fishery." Soon, they reached a consensus and all looked at Han Fei expectantly. Han Fei agreed, "Okay. I'm not sure if Little White can find any. I will have a try." Luo Xiaobai hesitated and said, "Can you give it another name?" Luo Xiaobai was jealous as Xiaobai means Little White. Han Fei? Han Fei didn't take Luo Xiaobai's words seriously. He touched Little White's head and said, "Little White, can you still find a creature like the golden squid yesterday? Have a try." Little White got into the water and turned around for a while in confusion. In the end, it chose a direction with some uncertainty. Although the others didn't know whether Little White was reliable, they were very happy that he began to lead the way, so they began to talk about what kind of exotic creatures they could get. Lu Renquang shouted, "I want a turtle, an exotic turtle. Then my defense power can certainly catch up with Han Fei." Zhang Xuanyu showed a yearning look. "I want a fast one, the faster, the better, whatever it is." Luo Xiaobai jumped in, "I need one that can both attack and defend to make up for the defects of a manipulator." Xia Shechan's eyes widened. "I want one with great attack power." Zhang Xuanyu was helpless. "Isn't your attack power strong enough? There are very few great fishing masters who can block your daggers." Xia Shaochan looked at Han Fei. "No, he can. I want to pierce his body." Han Fei said helplessly, "Hey, you speak as if the exotic creatures are already in your pocket. And you, Xia Shaochan, can you stop thinking of how to stab me every day? Did I offend you?" "Yes, you did." Han Fei. Suddenly, Luo Xiaobai said, "Well, everyone, let's learn telephony." "Everyone?" Luo Xiaobai explained, "Before we left, our teachers guessed that we would go into the water, so they prepared a small technique for us with which we can communicate in the water." Han Fei was surprised. "Is there such a technique?" Han Fei was shocked. When he went to sea, he was either alone or gesturing with others. So was there such an advanced technique? How did it work? The others were also dumbfounded. They seemed to hear this for the first time. 2. Luo Xiaobai continued, "I didn't expect we would get into the sea so quickly. But just in a day." With that said, Luo Xiaobai took out a jade slip. "Telephony is easy to learn. We just need to practice it a little bit." The others took the jade slip suspiciously, and when they saw the so-called telephony technique, they all looked dazed. The technique was actually a kind of energy fluctuation produced by the combination of spiritual power and spiritual energy. The magical part was that the operation was simple, but the demand was high. Spiritual power was not easy to control. However, it was basically impossible for a fisher or fishing master to acquire this technique because they lacked spiritual power. But great fishing masters could easily use the combination of spiritual power and spiritual energy to transmit a thought to a specific person's mind. Although Han Fei didn't find out what the principle was, he tried it and shouted, "Hey hey," to Xia Shaochan. Xia Shaochan patted Han Fei hard. "What the heck are you doing? Stop making that stupid sound. I'm just trying it out on you." "Why did you all try it on me? Now I have 3 voices in my head." "Everyone." And then, 2 voices appeared in Han Fei's mind. Lu Renquang had an eager tone. "I want to eat barbecue." Zhang Xuanyu's voice then interrupted, "Are you and Xia Shaochan in love?" Han Fei was helpless. "Okay, no need to try this anymore. Very simple, very low consumption." But the 4 others all looked around. No one knew what exactly they said to each other, but they all looked awkward anyway. Han Fei thought that maybe only he said something simple while the others, like Zhang Xuanyu, were gossiping. Han Fei suddenly looked at Zhang Xuanyu. "What did you do to Hu Karen from the First Academy? I heard that you stayed with her alone for a whole night?" Zhang Xuanyu scoffed. "What about you? I heard you abducted He Xiaoyu. What did you do to her?" "I just said a few words to He Xiaoyu, but you stayed with her alone for a whole night." Zhang Xuanyu's eyes narrowed. "Don't two-time girls Otherwise, I'll beat the hell out of you. Han Fei and Zhang Xuanyu exchanged a glance as if they were eyeing up one another. Xiao Xiaochan butted in, are you two secretly chatting? What are you talking about? Han Fei snorted. No. What, can I not chat with him? I'd rather chat with you. Zhang Xuanyu disdained. I don't want to chat with him. I was just in a daze. Little White swam for more than an hour and crossed nearly 1,000 miles. During this period, Han Fei received all kinds of weird problems from the four others from time to time. He looked at the others, who seemed to be chatting with each other for fun. This was literally even more convenient than making a phone call. Suddenly, Little White stopped. Han Fei shouted, stop chatting. We've got something. They all got excited and stuck their heads out of the boat. We can't just throw the fishing rod at the fish. That's how I sacred away the golden squid yesterday. Zhang Xuanyu suggested, take it easy. Drop the fishing rod 3 meters underwater and catch a small fish first. Luo Xiaobai immediately waved her fishing rod. After a minute, a yellowbone fish was caught. Yellowbone fish, like strip fish, were common fish in the Level 2 fishery. It was named so because its bones were extremely hard and could be used to make weapons. Zhang Xuanyu's face changed slightly, and his eyes became glassy. In the next moment, the yellowbone fish twitched and looked at them with its fish eyes. Zhang Xuanyu took a deep breath. So ugly. Fine, throw it into the water. Everyone? After a moment, while everyone was nervous and excited, Zhang Xuanyu suddenly said, it is a turtle, a silver one. Oh, no, it has a lot of knives in its body, so many that I can't count them all. Lu Renquang snapped his thigh immediately. Mine. Haha, the first one is mine. The others were not disappointed that this one was not theirs, but were even more excited. Since Little White could really find exotic creatures, it was just a matter of time until they found others. Creature. Now that they learned that it was a turtle and the purpose of detection was achieved, Han Fei hurriedly said, don't let your yellowbone fish get too close to it. Stay away from it. He Xiaoyu asked, how deep is it under the water? Zhang Xuanyu analyzed, about 200 meters below the water, lying on a stone platform in the middle of a coral bush. Luo Xiaobai nodded. I'll go underwater first to release paralytic toxins. Within 100 meters. Han Fei quickly said, expand the range a bit more. We don't know anything about this turtle. What if it is a fast turtle and swishes away? Everyone was speechless. How could there be so many fast creatures? Zhang Xuanyu sounded again, wait a minute, the turtle found me. Damn, I'm dozens of meters away from it. How could it have discovered me? Let me swim away. Luo Xiaobai stopped. Then shall I go underwater or not? This turtle seems very smart. Han Fei asked, can you release the toxins from the water surface? No, maybe Zhang Xuanyu can follow me down and my vines can walk from the bottom of the sea. No, as soon as your vines emerge, other creatures in the vicinity will notice them. And this big turtle will definitely discover them. Lu Renquang was anxious. Why don't we just go up and fight it? Zhang Xuanyu nodded. That sounds feasible. We can surround it in 5 directions. Han Fei thought about it, but he had no experience with it, so he nodded and said, to be on the safe side, let's approach it from 500 meters away. Zhang Xuanyu, monitor the turtle from a distance. We must approach it fast. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome just to get rid of the fish and shrimp. In the sea, Xiao Xiaochan suggested, I can get close to it in stealth mode and wait for you at a distance of 100 meters. If it wants to escape, I can teleport to it. Isn't there a limit to your teleportation? It only takes me a second. Everyone was speechless. Teleportation was already a powerful ability and now. You said it only takes a second? Then everyone used their respective means to run 500 meters away. Luo Xiaobai used vines, Zhang Xuanyu used sea waves, Xiao Xiaochan used her stealth ability, Han Fei stepped through the air, and Lu Renquang stood on a big knife. As soon as Han Fei entered the water, a strip fish came up to attack him. Han Fei just ordered Little Black to eat it and escaped other attacking fishes. With various postures, Han Fei talked to Lu Renquang with telephony. Fortunately, the distance was not too far, although on and off, they could still hear each other. Han Fei asked, have you reached the seabed? Lu Renquang sounded flustered, yes, but a large group of demonic fish is attacking me. Quickly kill them. On the other side, Xiao Xiaochan said, I'm in place. Luo Xiaobai instructed, everyone, sprint after 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Han Fei instantly activated the Wandering Dragon art. As soon as Lu Renquang activated the torrents of knives and swords, the surrounding demonic fish shattered. Zhang Xuanyu summoned the bloodthirsty shark and began to sprint. Luo Xiaobai sped forward, carried by thousands of vines, like a siren in the sea. Han Fei had just swum nearly 200 meters, and the others were around 300 meters. Suddenly, Xiao Xiaochan shouted, Xiaobai, in your direction. It has discovered you and is going to run away. Everyone got anxious and they all swam forward as fast as they could. They all activated their most powerful combat skills and killed any demonic fish in their path. Luo Xiaobai said in surprise, its speed is very fast, almost similar to mine. Let me block him. Then the others only felt a violent spiritual energy wave a few hundred meters away. The next moment, they saw that the water was full of broken vines. Roar. Dragon howling? Han Fei was shocked. Xiao Xiaochan summoned her giant arowana for this turtle? Within just a dozen seconds, there seemed to be a big battle there. Han Fei saw not only vines, but countless blades in the water. These blades seemed to have consciousness, stirring in the water. Luo Xiaobai said anxiously, hurry up. I can't block it. Han Fei rushed forward with all his strength, and when he looked closer, thousands of knives were spinning around the big turtle. Luo Xiaobai's vines were almost all shattered. At this moment, she was vomiting blood and kept producing new vines to block the turtle. Little Black, bite it. Clang, clang, clang. Han Fei rushed over and dozens of knives hit his body, making clunking sounds. Torrents of knives and swords. Lu Renquang was so anxious that he activated the torrents of knives and swords. 200 meters away. When Han Fei was within 100 meters away from the big turtle, he found countless swords attacking Xiao Xiaochan. It was a big turtle, nearly 5 meters long, and a string of data flashed in front of Han Fei's eyes. Named 1000-blade turtle. Introduction: it has 1,000 blades on its body, which evolves with its growth, and currently, each blade is a mortal-level ultra-quality weapon. Level 28. Quality exotic. Contained spiritual energy 662 points. Edible effect: qi and blood will soar after consumption. Collectible, turtle blade, turtle shell, turtle pill. Absorbable. Han Fei said firmly, Xiao Bai, retreat. Let me handle it. The thousand-blade turtle had apparently discovered Han Fei and seemed to feel his threat. At the moment, hundreds of knives darted at Han Fei frantically. Clank, clank, clank. Water-stirring seal. A large seal smashed down in the water and crushed all the blades. Seeing it, the thousand-blade turtle seemed to find that Han Fei wasn't easy to deal with and immediately chose to escape. But in that direction, Zhang Xuanyu was already waiting for it. Soul Strike. 7-layered waves in furious sea. On the other side, Lu Renquang activated the torrents of knives and swords. Again. And the sea was full of flying swords and knives. Bam. Han Fei quickly hit the turtle shell with the seal. Clang. The violent sound of metal knocking almost deafened the others in the water. The thousand-blade turtle was sent flying and bumped into a coral clump, in which various fish, crabs, and other creatures didn't have the time to run out, and were instantly crushed by the thousands of blades. To Han Fei's shock, the thousand-bladed turtle was still able to run after being hit by the seal. However, at this time, Zhang Xuanyu hit the turtle 7 times in a row. After the 7th blow, Zhang Xuanyu was bounced away flying. Taking this opportunity, Han Fei hit the turtle with the seal again. Clang. Finally, the thousands of blades seemed to be under control. Some had returned to the turtle shell, and some were scattered around. Luo Xiaobai's spines flew over and directly bundled the thousand-bladed turtle into a big ball. After a moment, on the fishing boat, they sat on the deck. Zhang Xuanyu gasped for breath. This turtle is too powerful. It even bounced the 7-layered waves in furious sea back to me. Oh, I was almost killed. Xiao Xiaochan muttered, Han Fei, heal me. Not only Xiao Xiaochan, Luo Xiaobai was the most seriously injured, with at least dozens of wounds on her body. 2 showers of energy fell on them. Lu Renquan gazed at the thousand-bladed turtle as if looking at his little lover. He kept chuckling eerily. Ho ho. Baby, wait for me. The thousand-blade turtle was stunned by the water-stirring seal. Lu Renquang cut his finger, sprinkled his blood over the turtle, and was muttering incantations. After a moment, the thousand-blade turtle woke up. It struggled hard and roared, only to find that an invisible force was controlling it. Lu Renquang laughed out loud. Haha. Thousand-blade turtle. It's too strong. It's simply too strong. Lu Renquang was beside himself with joy, and the others were looking at him enviously. This turtle was indeed very strong. The 5 of them added together almost couldn't catch it, which showed how strong it was. After a moment, when the thousand-blade turtle finally accepted its reality, Luo Xiaobai loosened the vines and Lu Renquang put it into the water, muttering, Come on, go and get all your knives. Don't miss a single one. Understood? Xiao Xiaochan jumped cheerfully. Come on, let's go get the next one. Han Fei looked at Little White. The latter wandered in the water for a long while and ran to Han Fei, spitting a mouthful of spiritual energy to him. Xiao Xiaochan asked, What does Little White mean? Han Fei said helplessly, It has not found any exotic creature for the time being. Shall we change spots? There may not be 2 exotic creatures in such a small area. Luo Xiaobai nodded. Yes, we ran 1,000 miles away before finding this thousand-blade turtle. Perhaps exotic creatures have a sense of territory. Zhang Xuanyu yelled out, I'm going to steer the fishing boat. Which direction? South. They floated for 6 days on the ocean. On the 4th day, Zhang Xuanyu finally got a gold water cocoon, a speed type exotic contractual spiritual beast that was even faster than the gold squid. It was an insect that could fly extremely fast. However, it did not have many advantages apart from its high speed. Of course, not everybody got the exotic contractual spiritual beast that they wanted. Luo Xiaobai, for example, only caught a stealthy jellyfish. She offered it to Xia Xiaochan, but Xia Xiaochan said that she didn't need it because she could go stealthy on her own, so Luo Xiaobai kept the jellyfish for herself. A stealthy manipulator could be dreadful in battles when they performed crowd control invisibly, and the enemy would be frightened. Xia Xiaochan was less fortunate. She hadn't encountered an exotic creature suitable for herself yet. Holding Little White, Xia Xiaochan said, "Little White, please help me find one. Don't leave me aside now that you've found something for each and every one of them." Bo. Little White kissed Xia Xiaochan on the lips. Xia Xiaochan giggled. "Ah, goodbye. When you find an exotic contractual spiritual beast for me, I'll kiss you back." Han Fei was lost for words. Hee. Little White is a female. Xia Xiaochan glared at Han Fei. "It's none of your business." Luo Xiaobai proposed again. "Han Fei, you really should change its name." Han Fei said, "Should we call it Little White then?" Luo Xiaobai was speechless. While everybody was making fun of each other, Little White dashed into the ocean and swam north. Xia Xiaochan immediately shouted at Zhang Xuanyu, "Sail the boat." Little White found something. Their teamwork had been honed in the past days, and they were certain that they could catch the contractual spiritual beast if they found it. Everybody smiled as few people in the whole Blue Sea town were as lucky as them to have so many exotic contractual spiritual beasts. More than 2 hours later, they reached a desolate area. Xia Xiaochan was still excited. Luo Xiaobai, however, frowned. "No, wait a moment. I think we're out of the level 2 fishery." Everybody hurried to gather around her. Luo Xiaobai pointed at the map and said, "According to the map, we were here at the edge of the level 2 fishery just now, and we've just sailed outward for more than 700 kilometers. Our current location is not marked on the map." Lu Renquang was enjoying barbecue. He said unconcernedly, "It doesn't matter. We're not too far away anyway. Besides, isn't it a mixed area outside of the level 2 fishery? We can't go to a level 3 fishery without a portal." Luo Xiaobai shook her head. "No. It's true that the area outside of the level 2 fishery is a mixed area, but most of it hasn't been explored yet. We've already gone too far in these 6 days. Although we took multiple turns, we've been sailing south in general." Han Fei was puzzled. "Why didn't you notice it earlier?" Luo Xiaobai replied, "I thought that we were going east and only slightly down south, but I realized that the direction of the sun was not right when I checked the map. We're indeed going south." Han Fei asked with a smile, "Can you estimate how far away we've gone?" Luo Xiaobai said gravely, "More than 10,000 kilometers, I'm afraid." Pooh. Everybody gasped. 10,000 kilometers? They didn't feel it at all, and they had been too busy playing with their new contractual spiritual beasts to care about their course. Xia Xiaochan said without worries, "Let's not be bothered. We can't stay here. Now that Little White has found a target, it's absolutely impossible." Zhang Xuanyu nodded. It's just a mixed area. There's nothing to be scared of. Han Fei was not nervous either. Let's just dive down and see. The 5 of us can explore a level 3 fishery, not to mention a mixed area next to the level 2 fishery. Luo Xiaobai slightly nodded. Alright, we'll return after we catch this one. Then we'll study the fishing skill that the president mentioned. Very soon, Zhang Xuanyu saw something through his second vision. It's a lobster. It's red and half a meter long. It also has wings on its back. I assume that it's very fast. Xiao Xiaochan asked, a lobster? Can't be anything bad. In the water, the 5 people surrounded the target in a circle, with many more helpers than previous, including 6 spiritual beasts and 4 contractual spiritual beasts. After the previous hunts, they had found that the exotic creatures were highly vigilant and would be alarmed whenever a battle started. So, they simply showed all their strength and surrounded such creatures openly. A moment later, Zhang Xuanyu whispered, Lu Renquang, it's going towards your direction. Note that the lobster is fast and agile. Lu Renquang was waving thousands of blades and shouting, however agile it might be, can it survive the torrents of knives and swords made by me and the 1,000-blade tortoise? Xiao Xiaochan asked nervously, Lu Renquang, be careful and don't kill my contractual spiritual beast by accident. From their position, they suddenly saw that the lobster took a weird turn in the water and left a red track behind it. When they approached, they found the red track to be flames that were burning in the ocean. Not far away before Lu Renquang, the lobster flashed like a dancing sprite and passed through the dense blades, leaving a weird trajectory in the dark water. Lu Renquang shouted, not good. I can't stop it. It's too great a runner. Xiao Xiaochan was lost for words. You're truly a useless fatty. Let's go after it. They chased after the lobster crazily. Thankfully, it was not as fast as they expected, and it was better at dodging than it was at swimming. Since it left red flames behind, everybody was able to follow the creature easily. Han Fei led the pursuit and attacked a few times, to no avail. Suddenly, he saw an enormous trench ahead that looked like a cliff in the ocean. It reminded him of the boat-burying pit in the general fishery. It was also narrow and steep, but it was longer than the pit Han Fei remembered. Han Fei said to his teammates, attention, it's going down to a deep trench. Whose depth I can't tell. Also, there are few gregarious fish nearby. Be careful. A moment later, everybody ran into the trench and descended for almost 1,000 meters. There were few fish around them now. Luo Xiaobai came back to herself. Something is not right. This place is weird. Zhang Xuanyu said, I can probably endure only a little further before I have to go up for air. Luo Xiaobai threw a vine and said, bite it. There's air in it. Everybody looked at Luo Xiaobai in surprise. They did not know that the girl had so many tricks. Lu Renquang said, there's a cave down there. The lobster just ran into the cave. Do we go after it? Xiao Xiaochan said, of course, but be careful. Everybody barged into the cave. Suddenly, Han Fei frowned as he sensed something wrong. His eyebrow furrowed. Han Fei asked, do you feel that the temperature in the cave is too high? Luo Xiaobai said, it's indeed higher than normal, probably because of the fiery lobster. However, everybody came to a stop a minute later as they were shocked by what they saw. In front of their eyes, an assortment of creatures of different Colors had occupied this cave. They could easily spot more than 1,000 creatures. However, all the creatures were lowly ones. Even the sea anemones. Here were only regular ones. The red lobster had nowhere to run to now. It was dashing randomly in a corner of the cave. Xia Xiaochan's eyes glowed. You're finally mine, my contractual spiritual beast. Luo Xiaobai said, I'll block its way, you will attack it, and Xiaochan will capture it. This place is not right. Let's just catch it and leave as soon as possible. Everybody took action together. Xia Xiaochan flashed and knocked the red lobster into the rocks. Xia Xiaochan said, it's burning. I'll beat it up before I sign a contract with it. About 15 minutes later, the fiery lobster finally compromised. The contract was made soon after. Xia Xiaochan remarked, red fire tricky lobster, what a weird name. Xia Xiaochan was going to test the red fire tricky lobster's abilities, when she saw that Han Fei ran to the end of the cave and slashed randomly. Luo Xiaobai asked, Han Fei, what's going on? Xia Xiaochan exclaimed, are you crazy? Han Fei pointed at the wall. Something is strange here. Based on my years of experience on the ocean, I can tell that there's something here. Everybody felt like rolling their eyes. Years of experience on the ocean? Just keep bragging. But their mockery was gone when they saw that a green jade door carved with stripes resembling grasses was revealed after the rocks were broken. When the door showed up, everybody sensed that the temperature was rising again. Zhang Xuanyu said excitedly, treasure. There must be treasures behind it. We found a treasure trove. Han Fei was excited too. He didn't expect that he would find treasures while he was hunting contractual spiritual beasts. The ocean was indeed the most mysterious place full of treasures. Han Fei said, help me break the rocks nearby and see if there are other things near the door. Luo Xiaobai said, be careful. There might be something scorching behind the door. Very soon, the door was revealed completely. The words, Fire Cloud Cave were written above the door. Lu Renquan observed the door for a long time and said, is this place an ancient relic? It seems quite good. Scene. Han Fei pulled him back and said, step back. I'll try to open the door. Everybody else stepped back, and Luo Xiaobai said, Lu Renquan, prepare the shield armor. While everybody looked at him anxiously, Han Fei stomped and tried to push the door open with all his strength, but the door simply wouldn't budge. Lu Renquan hurriedly went forward. Let me give you a hand. Both of them exerted all their strength, but the door was still absolutely still. Zhang Xuanyu said, I'll join you. But the result was the same. Suddenly, Xia Xiaochan said, try pulling the door up. Pull it up? Han Fei, Lu Renquan, and Zhang Xuanyu looked at each other and tried that. The moment they exerted their strength, the door was pulled up, and hot air as well as an enormous attraction force came from behind the door. Everybody leaned forward beyond their control. In the blink of an eye, they were already behind the door. Xia Xiaochan remarked, 3 idiots. Han Fei and his buddies couldn't argue, and nor did they intend to, because they had been shocked by the view before their eyes. Behind the door was a scorching furnace, which was the source of the unusual heat that they had sensed. This place was a round space with a coverage of around 500 square meters. Apart from the furnace at the door, there was nothing but gray rocks and an irregular rock at the center that separated this place into 2 parts. Dear Sea God, Have we really found a treasure trove? Zhang Xuanyu approached the furnace in excitement, but he was blown away by a weird scorching force when he was 2 meters away. Thankfully, Luo Xiaobai was able to pull him back with her vines in time. Luo Xiaobai said, frowning, "Be careful. This place is well hidden. It's not like a common treasure trove. Let's be prudent." Clang. Everybody looked at the source of the noise, only to see that Lu Renquang was cutting green jade, which seemed to contain some spiritual energy, on the rocks with a knife. Han Fei was lost for words. Lu Renquang, you're truly unwise. You're interested in the rocks when there's such a huge furnace here? Lu Renquang said scornfully, there's nothing in the furnace. Just swim up and look into it. Unconvinced, Han Fei took a look himself, only to see nothing but magma in the cave. Luo Xiaobai said, it's earthly fire. This place is connected to earthly fire. Come here and take a look. Xia Xiaochan was standing before a wall. She seemed to have found something. Everybody gathered around her and saw murals on this wall. In the murals, a man with wings on his back was confronting a dragon with a lance. By reading the murals, they basically learned what happened. According to the murals, a dragon whose name was unknown once arrived at this level 2 fishery, causing a tremendous number of boats here to be missing. Later, an expert came from the clouds with a group of warriors. The expert valiantly fought the dragon with his subordinates. Though the dragon was killed, his men all died, and the expert too was heavily wounded. Then, the expert found this place which was connected to earthly fire and tried to rest here. Xia Xiaochan shook her head. It couldn't have been a dragon. If it were, those people would have been killed instantly. It must have been something like my giant arowana. Few people can resist its roar. Han Fei nodded in agreement. I don't think it was a dragon either, but it must have been very strong since it killed so many winged guys. Winged guys? Show them some respect, all right? So many hidden fishers were slaughtered. I don't think it's going to be easy for us to get the treasure. Zhang Xuanyu clicked his tongue and speculated, pretending to be knowledgeable. Boom. Han Fei turned around, only to see that Lu Renquang and Xia Xiaochan had accidentally triggered a switch on another wall, dozens of meters away. At this moment, a stone door was opening noisily. Lu Renquang looked at everybody apologetically. It was only an accident. I'm sorry. Xia Xiaochan was about to crane her head behind the door, when a vine stopped her. Luo Xiaobai looked at them with a strong headache. Would you please hold your curiosity back? This place is too weird. Xia Xiaochan giggled. If we can't get out, we can only press forward. The real dangers are behind us. Han Fei found that everybody besides him loved treasuring hunting. His teammates seemed even more enthusiastic than himself. Zhang Xuanyu licked his lips. Let's go in. I don't think it's dangerous. Here. Han Fei approached the door. Seeing the dark aisle and the candles on its two sides that had died out, he narrowed his eyes and said, Wait. Xia Xiaochan. Can you light the candles? Xia Xiaochan snapped her fingers, and flames popped up from them. Han Fei was truly amazed. It felt great that you could make use of the special abilities from contractual spiritual beasts after you acquired them. Xia Xiaochan's fingers were even handier than real lighters now. Then, the candles were ignited and spread all the way down the aisle. Han Fei was briefly stunned. Huh? Eternal lamps? Why am I under the impression that this is a tomb? A tomb? Han Fei nodded. Yes. According to the murals, an expert recovered himself through earthly fire in here, but if that's true, why did he build the slots? For candles on the walls here? Luo Xiaobai thought for a moment and said, don't move. Let me have a try. Luo Xiaobai extended her hand, and vines sprawled out along the floor and the walls. A few minutes later, all the vines suddenly broke apart, and Luo Xiaobai shivered palely. Xiao Xiaochan gave her a hand and asked, Xiaobai, what did you see? Luo Xiaobai said awfully, human-faced crabs. A lot of them. They live in the crevices nearby, and I just alarmed them. Hiss. Everybody gasped hard. Human-faced crabs could create illusions. How could they deal with so many human-faced crabs? Xiao Xiaochan, Luo Xiaobai, and Zhang Xuanyu all stepped back. Lu Renquang was dumbfounded. Why are you all staring at me? Han Fei rolled his eyes and was about to step back too. But Xiao Xiaochan poked him with a knife and said, why are you backing off? The human-faced crabs can't break your defenses. Han Fei said innocently, what if I start to attack you because of my illusions? Wouldn't it be simpler if Lu Renquang just cleared the crabs with his torrents of knives and swords? Zhang Xuanyu patted Han Fei's shoulder and said solemnly, Han Fei, considering your fatness, all the crabs will be attracted to you and ignore us. If you stay here. Han Fei's face darkened. You are a mean friend. That's outrageous. Lu Renquang said, also, if Lu Renquang is bewildered, only you can completely block his torrents of knives and swords. Lu Renquang? Han Fei? Han Fei and Lu Renquang were sold out ruthlessly just like that. Shoulder to shoulder, they walked into the aisle. Lu Renquang said, I'm scared of darkness. Why don't you lead the way? Han Fei was lost for words. Seriously? Why weren't you scared of darkness when you caught turtles in the ocean? Lu Renquang said, my disease is intermittent. Han Fei. Han Fei simply walked forward, somewhat enjoyably. When one didn't know what was ahead of them in adventure, they tended to feel either frightened or excited. Obviously, Han Fei was more excited than frightened. He wasn't really intimidated by the human-faced crabs. After 50 meters, Han Fei suddenly came to a stop. Lu Renquang craned his head and asked, why are you stopping? Han Fei rigidly turned his head back and put on a cold, creepy smile, before he started laughing weirdly. It. Haha. Han Fei was suddenly normal again and he pointed at Lu Renquang and laughed. You should look at your face. Han Fei, I'm going to kill you. Outside of the aisle, Luo Xiaobai's face changed slightly. Is Lu Renquang enchanted? Zhang Xuanyu listened and said, I don't think so. Didn't you hear Han Fei's laughter? Xiao Xiaochan nodded and refused to enter the aisle too. Han Fei enjoyed the prank. They horsed around for a while in the aisle, and Lu Renquang suddenly stopped and took out his box. Han Fei blinked his eyes and stopped laughing. He heard rustling sounds behind him. Instead of looking back, Han Fei simply gazed at Lu Renquang and said, really? Are you going to perform torrents of knives and swords? Lu Renquang trembled and said, hang in there. Or, do you want to attack with me? As I recall, your blade storm is not bad at all. Han Fei felt that his fishing pole was being grabbed. He simply cut back with 2 daggers and slashed a human-faced crab into halves. But then his blood was freezing, as he had seen the human-faced crabs that Luo Xiaobai mentioned. They were so dense that they were like a swarm of locusts. Torrents of knives and swords. Blade storm. Both of them reacted simultaneously. During the few seconds at the beginning, Han Fei felt that he was mincing meat, and a lot of broken shells were hitting his face. Then, he found himself in a different location. The isle and the human-faced crabs were the same, but Lu Renkuang was gone. Illusion. This is just an illusion. The moment Han Fei recited that, he found his name in a different place again. It was a sphere full of iron stingers from which infinite marching sea leeches were crawling out while the iron stingers stabbed into him. You're trying to fool me? You think you're as good as the marching sea leeches? Explode. After Han Fei dealt a spiritual energy explosion, the sphere of iron stingers were gone, but Han Fei found that he was not in an isle at all and he couldn't sense any pain. Instead, he saw dozens of green eyes the size of basins. Hiss. Damn it. That's one huge crab. Han Fei swallowed. He had seen a crab dozens of meters long which had a creepy face on its back. More importantly, the face was even grinning at Han Fei. Han Fei would be lying if he were to claim that he was not nervous. Strength and fear for the unknown were not contradictory. Han Fei stepped back quickly. Brother Crab, how have you been doing? Humph. One of the crab's legs attacked him, and Han Fei flipped back in a weird posture. His head was dizzy as the crab leg was only 1 centimeter from his nose just now. Boom. Han Fei turned back, only to see that the cave had been collapsed by the crab leg, and that rocks were falling. Damn it. Brother Crab, you don't have to be so brutal to a passerby, do you? The previous attack was too fast. If he hadn't been fully alert, his head might have been chopped off. Huh? Wait. Han Fei realized something wrong, as he should have been able to read the data of the monster. Even if its level was too high for him to read, he should at least be seeing a question mark. But there was nothing. Was this monster fake? When the crab leg attacked him again, Han Fei raised his daggers and slashed it. Crack. The enormous crab leg was cut apart easily. Who? You were truly scary. Han Fei yelled, don't scare other people if you're not good enough. For a moment, I really thought you were this huge. When Han Fei attacked the huge crab, it quickly collapsed into many minor crabs, and they attacked Han Fei together. Explode. The more explosions, the better. Let me absorb you. Han Fei could clearly sense the income of spiritual energy, which meant that some human-faced crabs must have been killed by him. It did make sense, as the minor crabs couldn't have just disappeared. However, when the crabs were eliminated by spiritual energy explosions, Han Fei didn't return to reality. Instead, he found himself on a boat above the ocean. Captain, we're arriving at our destination. Do we go into the water? Hiss. Han Fei gasped hard and pinched himself, only to sense real pain. He was amazed by the vividness of the illusion. Captain? Poochie. Han Fei stabbed his dagger into the guy behind him without thinking. Han Fei remarked, you think such a lousy illusion can fool me? Attach. The 9-tailed mantis shrimp was attached to him, and the 7 chains began sweeping. Immediately, Han Fei was brought back to reality. He found broken shells of human-faced crabs all over the ground. It felt real this time. But he didn't see Lu Renkuang, which was abnormal. Was he still in an illusion? Wait, if Lu Renquang was still here, he must have hit me with his torrents of knives and swords, but I can't sense anything right now. Han Fei felt that he was lost. He shouted, Lu Renquang. There were no response. He shouted for Xia Xiaochan, but nobody answered either. Hee hee. I'll just go down this aisle. Do you think I'm scared? Han Fei pressed forward. There was no telling whether the human-faced crabs had been intimidated, but fewer of them attacked Han Fei. Han Fei was not as casual as before, as he found that the journey was getting colder and colder. While he moved on. Isn't there earthly fire here? But the temperature is below zero. This fire is obviously not good enough. At the end of the cold and damp aisle, Han Fei saw a green dragon that was nesting in a huge cave. At this point, the dragon craned its head and roared at him as shockingly as the giant arowana did. F***ck. Huh. No data? Is it fake too? Han Fei murmured to himself. He had learned his lesson and knew that the illusions of the human-faced crabs were predictable. The dragon before him was fake, but he saw data above a rock near the tail of the dragon. Name, human-faced ghost crab. Introduction. This is the mutated human-faced crab which has swallowed the remains of the blue sea wandering dragon. It's highly hallucinatory. Level 31, quality, exotic, mutated. Spiritual energy, 982 points. Effect, it may result in hysteria and delirium if it's eaten. Collectible, phantom pearl. Absorbable. Han Fei sneered. So, it's you who have been behind all this. That explains my confusion, because regular human-faced crabs couldn't have created such vivid illusions. The dragon roared again and spewed a cold pillar of water at Han Fei, but Han Fei didn't resist it. Though he was covered in ice, the ice fell apart the moment Han Fei released his spiritual energy. Han Fei shouted, Crab, it's time to die. Han Fei charged forward fearlessly, and the human-faced ghost crab didn't see it coming that his opponent would be so relentless as to challenge a beast not caring about his own life. But the moment before Han Fei approached the dragon, he suddenly took a turn and lashed out his 7 chains, tying up the rock that the human-faced ghost crab was pretending to be. Fatal blow. His blade stabbed into the human-faced ghost crab dazzlingly. In the next moment, the illusion was gone, and Han Fei saw a super-huge crab that was almost 8 meters tall slowly rising. The rock he just saw turned out only to be one of the crab's pincers. F***ck. The big crab was obviously infuriated when Han Fei's blades left holes in its pincer. When the crab rose, Han Fei finally realized why it was named human-faced ghost crab. It was because there was a weird and creepy face on its abdomen. Though the 7 chains restrained the human-faced ghost crab, the crab was above level 30, which meant that it was as strong as a dangling fisher. Also, the crab had enormous strength in the first place, and it easily flung Han Fei away into the rocks. Hee hee. Little Black, go inside. Han Fei was not panicked at all, because human-faced crabs were better at creating illusions than they were at fighting. Now that he had broken the illusions, he was not scared even though the human-faced ghost crab was level 31. Little Black crawled into the crab through the holes that Han Fei just caused. In the next moment, the crab began to wail, and Han Fei saw all kinds of illusions. In the illusions, he saw the battle between the dragon and the hidden fishers. Dozens of hidden fishers, including manipulators, soul warriors, and Manipulators showed all kinds of techniques, but they were all frozen by the blue gas spewed out by the green dragon. Then, Han Fei saw that the best of the hidden fissures absorbed the power of his partners and pointed at the dragon's head. The enormous energy that his finger contained was dreadful for Han Fei, even though it was only an illusion. Dozens of pictures were changing. The human-faced ghost crab seemed to have lost control of itself because of little blacks biting as it replayed its whole life, and Han Fei felt that he was watching an immersive movie. Han Fei saw that the expert almost collapsed after killing the dragon. The man managed to treat his wounds by having the dragon meat and the dragon liver. But he was too heavily hurt to be recovered. So, he established this fire cloud cave with his remaining power. To prevent the dragon from resurrecting, he separated the dragon bones in the cave. When he created this residence, he discovered the earthly fire by chance, so he engaged himself in alchemy with the earthly fire and the dragon corpse. But his attempt failed and he died in the end. All of these things were witnessed by this crab. At first, this human-faced ghost crab was only a common human-faced crab and it dare not approach the furnace or the dragon corpse, but after it grew stronger because of the nourishment of the dragon aura, it began to chew on the dragon corpse and eventually mutated into a human-faced ghost crab. Suddenly, Han Fei called stop. Little Black, enough. Little Black emerged from the shell of the human-faced ghost crab, whose pincers were dangling. Obviously, it had been mostly eaten up. Han Fei said, collect the demon. Perhaps because the human-faced ghost crab was too scared, and perhaps it sensed that its doom was inevitable, but Han Fei didn't sense any resistance. When the demon purification pot took it in, the human-faced ghost crab ended up in the calabash in the company of the gold squid. After the human-faced ghost crab was collected, the regular human-faced crabs immediately ran to their nests, and a bone more than 3 meters long appeared where the human-faced ghost crab had been standing. Having watched the human-faced ghost crab's movie, Han Fei recognized that it was a dragon bone. He excitedly picked up the bone. But Han Fei almost tossed it away the moment he touched it because it was freezingly cold. Bone of the blue sea wandering dragon, such dragon bones are extremely cold. Its spiritual energy has dropped over the years, but it's still the best material to forge spiritual weapons. Han Fei was excited. Could it be forged into spiritual weapons? Were there really dragon bones in this cave? I've only found one of the bones, but it is so huge that it can be made into dozens of daggers. Han Fei's heart raced after he collected the bone. By logic, there should be bones of a whole dragon here. Where were the rest? If he could collect all the dragon bones, he could craft a set of blades for his million knife art. When Han Fei was about to continue his exploration, he hesitated and wondered if he should search for Lurenquang. But when he turned around, he found that the entrance that he came from became 3 entrances. Damn it. Which one of them did I come from? Han Fei looked at the only exit behind the human-faced ghost crab. Was it meant to stop intruders from returning? Han Fei thought for a moment. Lurenquang, as well as everybody else, has their trump cards. Xia Xiaochan even has her giant arowana. Things like the human-faced ghost crab wouldn't be a major problem for them. Thinking that, Han Fei strode forward into the exit. Unfortunately, Han Fei was not a fire manipulator and couldn't light the candles, so he could only walk in darkness. But thanks to his excellent sight, the darkness was not scary for him. The pathway was very long. Han Fei stopped halfway as he found a fiery crystal. On the wall. He couldn't see its quality, but it felt hot enough to resist the coldness in the cave, so Han Fei dug it out with his knives. 1, 2. Han Fei had dug more than 100 fiery crystals when he found that he had reached a spacious cave. It was bigger than the cave where the human-faced ghost crab was located. It was dozens of meters high and embedded with fiery crystals. Also, it was connected to the ocean. Essentially, it was a round swimming pool with a circular path on the periphery. The water in it was so clear that Han Fei saw a huge skull more than 10 meters long easily. Huh? A dragon head? Near the dragon head were corals and seaweeds. There were no fish or shrimp. Goodoo. Han Fei swallowed hard. Have I just found a dragon head? Han Fei saw that the demon purification pot on his wrist glittered, although it had been unusually quiet recently. Then, Han Fei realized that the water was full of spiritual energy. Han Fei took a deep breath and still felt cold, but thanks to the abundance of spiritual energy, his senses were keen. If he were to cultivate here, he would make progress very fast. He ignored the fiery crystals on the wall, because they couldn't be of a high quality when there were so many of them. He didn't want to collect them at all. Staring at the dragon head, Han Fei suddenly changed his face, as the pebbles below the dragon head seemed familiar to him. Hiss. Spiritual stones, shoot. Han Fei was immediately hooked. He had been wondering where he could gather spiritual energy, and those spiritual stones would definitely be handy. Han Fei stepped out, but then stopped. He found it odd that there were no creatures around the dragon head. Were there really none, or were they invisible? Han Fei took out his fishing pole and tried pulling the dragon head up. He felt that the place was weird and decided to be careful. Hew. The hook went for the dragon head in the water. Come here. So heavy. While Han Fei was using all his strength, a long enormous shadow flashed in the water. Han Fei couldn't tell what it was at all, except that it was around 10 meters long. Before Han Fei could react, his fishing line had been cut off. Han Fei took a few steps back in shock. He hurried to return to the pool to see what this thing was exactly. Han Fei slightly shivered. Sometimes, a surprising enemy was more scary than a strong enemy. Han Fei was certainly scared by the creature that had swum past him quickly like a shadow. Han Fei looked at his fishing pole. It was the first time that the fishing line was cut off. Was it because the pole was too lousy? No, his pole wasn't the best product, but was still one of mortal level, high quality. Han Fei suspected that the creature in the sea was either very strong or had a sharp blade like a blade fish or swordfish. Attach. Han Fei decided to use the nine-tailed mantis shrimp, whose tails were highly sturdy. Even if the creature in the water was as strong as a dangling fisher, it couldn't cut the 7-star chain easily. Pooh. 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 The chain clutched the dragon head from 7 directions, and Han Fei immediately felt chilled. Why was the dragon head so cold? Hula. The creature down below appeared again and passed the chain with a huge noise. Han Fei even saw sparks in the water. But he was glad to see that the 7-star chain could resist the attack of the monster in the water, which meant that the monster was not unimaginably strong, or at least not strong enough to overpower the 9-tailed mantis shrimp. Come here. Han Fei exerted all his strength and pulled the dragon head away from the coral, but the chain was frozen the moment the dragon head was moved. Even Han Fei was covered in ice too. That was not the end of it. The agile monster appeared again. Han Fei saw nothing but a widely opened mouth, when electricity flowed through the ice and shocked Han Fei. The high-voltage electricity crumbled the ice and flooded into Han Fei's body. And Han Fei almost failed to weather through it. He felt that he had just been hit by a lightning bolt. Stiffened, he fell into the pool. At this point, Han Fei finally saw the monster. Name: Dragon Eel. Introduction: This is a demonic fish mixed with dragon blood. They live on dragon bones and are highly resistant to coldness. They have a sturdy body and high-voltage electricity. Level 33. Quality: Exotic. Spiritual energy: 2064 points. Effect: It can strengthen the bones and improve your look when eaten. Absorbable. Clash. Han Fei fell into the water, but he still felt stiff and frozen. He felt that a long tail was slapping him. Bam! The whole cave was shaking, and Han Fei was blown dozens of meters away in the water and didn't regain balance until a long time later. The rigidity in his body was finally gone after the attack. What immense power! Han Fei's nose and mouth were bleeding. He was appalled by the monster's power. How could he defeat it when he had been hurt with his indestructible body? This time, Han Fei did not release Little Black to bite it, because he was not sure that Little Black could withstand the monster's discharge. The monster came at him again as quickly as lightning, and Han Fei was knocked away again even though he had tried to dodge it. Chilla! Han Fei was stiffened again by another discharge and blown away in the next second. This time, he bumped into the rocks above his head and rolled on the ground. Pooh! Han Fei spewed out blood and couldn't have looked more awful. He had never encountered a more formidable opponent or suffered such heavy wounds since he obtained the indestructible body art. Han Fei immediately drew out his blades. When the dragon eel reached him, he unleashed his spiritual energy and the 7 chains. Bam! Han Fei was knocked away. The dragon eel had swum past him before he was able to stab his blades into it, but he managed to lock the dragon eel with 2 chains. Ah! The electricity was as powerful as before, but Han Fei merely gritted his teeth and wouldn't let go of the chains even though he was bleeding. He knew that he couldn't be killed by electricity after the lightning strikes he endured at the mountain top. But because of his stubbornness, Han Fei was now thrown into the rocks, whipped into the coral, and shocked by the dragon eel. The spiritual energy protective cover on Han Fei was broken again and again. He even felt that the 9-tailed mantis shrimp couldn't sustain this much longer. 5 minutes later, Han Fei's face became pale, as he had been shocked dozens of times and his skin had been shredded by the dragon eel. Fuse. Han Fei chose to fuse. He knew that fusion wouldn't help much. He could see through the enemy's attack more easily with the yin-yang divine eyes, but they couldn't help him avoid the discharge of the dragon eel at all. However, after Han Fei became bloodthirsty, his attack and defense abilities were slightly improved, and while the dragon eel was not discharging, he bound the remaining chains to it and pulled the chains hard. Finally, Han Fei caught the dragon eel in the middle of an electric shock. Han Fei trembled when he grabbed the dragon eel. He was so electrified that his soul almost left his body. Absorbed now. Han Fei felt that he couldn't endure it much longer. He would die first if he couldn't kill this dragon eel. Thankfully, the demon purification pot was glittering as if it were breathing. And the flow of electricity from the dragon eel was declining. It was still hitting Han Fei crazily, but it was not as powerful as before. Huh? It can resist the absorption of the demon purification pot? Han Fei clearly sensed the plummet of spiritual energy in the dragon eel, but it stopped dropping when it was reduced by half. Hiss. Collect the demon. Bam. Han Fei was slapped into the wall, and the first collection failed. Han Fei stabbed the dragon eel with both blades, but he could barely penetrate its skin. This creature was unimaginably tough. Keep absorbing. You little bastard, just behave and enter my calabash if you don't want to die. Collect the demon. After 5 minutes of trying, the dragon eel was finally absorbed into the calabash when it ran out of spiritual energy. The moment the dragon eel was absorbed, Han Fei lay at the bottom of the ocean, with all his limbs stretched out, feeling like crying. He had dozens of wounds, and all his bones seemed broken. He felt as though he had been crippled. After a long time, Han Fei finally found an exit of the cave. He surfaced and took a deep breath before he sat cross-legged in the water. No, I have to make a breakthrough or I will be too heavily wounded to continue my exploration. Digging dozens of low-quality spiritual stones from the dragon's head, Han Fei imposed the divine healing technique on himself and chose to make a breakthrough. Tremendous spiritual energy surged out from him. A few minutes later, more than 30 low-quality spiritual stones had been broken, but they were not enough. Han Fei's wounds were healing, and spiritual energy was running in his body. A moment later, another 50 spiritual stones were broken. Han Fei's wounds were healed and his internal organs were stabilized. Spiritual energy was raging hotly in his body. Crack. For a moment, Han Fei's power and level were soaring significantly. It was not until all the spiritual stones before him were broken that Han Fei finally stopped the absorption of spiritual energy. He was rather shocked. There was no telling whether it was because he was heavily wounded or because he made a 3-level breakthrough in a row, but it cost him 1,000,000 points of spiritual energy to go from the peak of a junior fishing master to the peak of an intermediate fishing master. Han Fei knew that other people needed about 70,000 points of spiritual energy for an advancement, so 3 levels would require no more than 300,000 points of spiritual energy. However, he had just spent more than twice that. How could he make more breakthroughs in the future? He looked at his data. Owner, Han Fei. Level 26, mid-level Great Fishing Master, spiritual energy 6,466, 2,499. Spiritual heritage, level 4, low quality, upgradable. Spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish, level 23. Weapon, purple bamboo rod. Main art, water vein technique, volume 3 of void fishing, spirit level. Divine quality. Who? The capacity of his spiritual energy had been increased by 400 points. It meant a comprehensive improvement of his body. However, Han Fei was still regretful because he only had 6,246 points of spiritual energy left, which was not enough for one battle. The battle with the dragon eel, for example, had cost more than 6,000 points of spiritual energy with all the spiritual energy protective covers. Han Fei immediately looked at the dragon head, hoping that it wouldn't be a disappointment. When Han Fei laid his hand on the skull of the blue sea wandering dragon, his hand began to freeze. He hurried to let it go. Impressive. The bone that could forge spiritual weapons was indeed extraordinary. But could he use them even if it was made into such weapons? Han Fei stored the dragon head into Forge the Universe. Instantly, all the crops in Forge the Universe were frozen. Even the white boat was covered in frost. Han Fei scratched his head. His crops had been wasted, however, it was still worth it because this huge skull could be made into 1,000 blades. After collecting the dragon head, Han Fei searched the mud at the bottom of the water and finally found 12 low-quality spiritual stones. Plus with those he just absorbed, he had got almost 70 low-quality spiritual stones from the dragon head. This won't do. I'm running out of spiritual energy, and 12 stones are not nearly enough. Boom. Sensing the earthquake, Han Fei jumped to the surface of water and saw a hot wave flooding in from the entrance. Han Fei was immediately stunned. This pathway was not short at all, but the fire had pressed to the end of it. What was happening on the other side? Having no time to think, Han Fei immediately rushed over. He was sure that it was caused by Lu Renkuang and his other teammates. Because of the blast of fire, all the candles in the pathway were lit, and Han Fei didn't run into anything on his way. Han Fei didn't see anyone until he ran for almost 2 kilometers. After he jumped out of a hole, he found himself in a spacious cave that was 10 times larger than the previous caves. This cave was half filled with fire. Han Fei finally understood why this place was called Fire Cloud Cave. Also, something was roaring in the fire. Xia Xiaochan was vomiting blood against the wall. Zhang Xuanyu was also wiping his blood while supporting himself with a rod on one of his knees. Luo Xiaobai was protecting herself with vines. There was a dragon bone in her body. As for Lu Renkuang, he was struggling to resist the fire with a dozen shields. Hew! Han Fei threw out the dragon bone he picked up earlier, which immediately suppressed the incoming fire. Lu Renkuang looked back and was excited. Han Fei, you're not dead? Zhang Xuanyu was excited too. Han Fei, hurry up. There's a monster in the fire. A body. Xia Xiaochan said in a hurry, be careful. It's likely the body of the Dragon Slayer. Han Fei was stunned. What was going on? The Dragon Slayer? How could he defeat such a tough guy who killed a blue sea wandering dragon? Luo Xiaobai roared, Han Fei, spiritual energy. Han Fei came back to himself and instilled spiritual energy into his teammate's body. They all took a long breath of relief. However, before Han Fei joined the battle, he saw that a slim corpse that was on fire walked out of the flames and punched Zhang Xuanyu. Bam! After an explosion, Zhang Xuanyu's stick was bent, and he was blown away like a cannonball. Luo Xiaobai hurried to pick Zhang Xuanyu up with her vines, but the corpse turned its head at Han Fei. The demon purification pot, which had usually been helpful, showed nothing. It seemed incapable of reading humans. Han Fei took a deep breath. He had just become an intermediate great fishing master. Couldn't he defeat a corpse? Immediately, he drew his purple bamboo rod and smashed the enemy. Clang! Crack! The noise echoed throughout the cave when Han Fei was punched away and his purple bamboo rod was broken. The corpse, on the other hand, was knocked away too and rolled on the ground. Han Fei asked in shock, what's this thing? Why is it so powerful? Xia Xiaochan said anxiously, I told you to be careful. Though it's a corpse, it's as strong as an advanced dangling fisher, or we wouldn't have been crushed like this. Luo Xiaobai said, one dragon bone can shelter one person at most. We need to distract this guy and find more dragon bones in order to suppress him. Han Fei was lost for words. Why don't you keep him occupied while I look for dragon bones? Lu Renquang and Luo Xiaobai, however, simply tossed the dragon bone to Han Fei and shouted, "You'll fight him while we search for more dragon bones." Han Fei? Xiao Shaochan left with a flash. You're the sturdiest one here. Of course it's your job to stall him. Huh? Have you made a breakthrough? Han Fei was much thinner than previously, which indicated that he made a breakthrough. He would probably be slim again after he reached the peak level of a great fishing master. But nobody else was interested in that. Han Fei was sturdy before his breakthrough and should be sturdier after it. Actually, Han Fei was indeed sturdier, but not as much as they imagined. After all, it was not so easy to improve the indestructible body polished by lightning. This improvement was only a natural improvement from a junior great fishing master to an intermediate great fishing master. Zhang Xuanyu shouted, Han Fei, the hidden fisher slew a dragon in the ocean. And you're now slaying him with 2 bones. You will be a legend in the 4th Academy. Go now. The door is behind this guy. Han Fei? Han Fei couldn't have looked more awful when he looked at the 2 dragon bones. His disloyal friends were abandoning him the moment they saw him. Thankfully, he just advanced after the battle against the dragon eel, or he wouldn't have been able to resist this corpse. Han Fei unwillingly picked up the dragon bones and rushed into the flames. Wherever he went, the flames backed off, as was the power of the bones of the Blue Sea Wandering Dragon. Ho 000000. The corpse of the expert was subconsciously avoiding the dragon bones, but Han Fei's marching infuriated him. For a moment, flames were gathered towards Han Fei, and Han Fei felt that he was almost broiled. On the other side, Xiao Shaochan and his other teammates hurried to slip into the cave behind the corpse. Han Fei shouted, "Hurry and return with more dragon bones. I can't kill him on my own." Xiao Shaochan's voice echoed in the cave. "We'll come back in 15 minutes. Han Fei felt like vomiting blood. 15? You want me to fight this thing for that long? However, when all his teammates were gone, Han Fei immediately took out his dragon head. The flames in the cave dwindled the moment the dragon head appeared. Even the corpse stopped briefly as if scared. Attach. All the chains were released. Han Fei tried his best to wave the dragon head. But it was too heavy and freezing, so Han Fei couldn't hit anything with the dragon head. Hey, the dragon head is here to protect me. Are you still coming? Han Fei gave up pulling the dragon head. He simply waved the dragon bones as if they were hammers. Clang! 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 The corpse seemed to be suppressed and lost the power that he broke the purple bamboo rod with. Han Fei seized the chance to smite it dozens of times. Damn it. This corpse is too hard for me to break. Standing next to the dragon head, Han Fei was almost frozen, but thankfully, the corpse did not attack him. They reached a stalemate. Han Fei scratched his head and wondered if he should run first since he obviously couldn't defeat his enemy. Han Fei hauled the dragon head to the exit of the cave, and the corpse moved out of the way. Then, Han Fei was standing right before the exit. Time passed, and there was no response from his teammates. Han Fei shouted, "Are you back?" Huh? Nobody? He immediately retreated the dragon head. But the moment the dragon head disappeared, the corpse seemed revived and charged at Han Fei after a roar. Han Fei ran and shouted, "Bro, stop chasing me. I'm not your wife. Why are you chasing me?" The corpse of the expert followed Han Fei into the channel. One in the front and the other behind, they sprinted crazily. A moment later, Han Fei rushed into another cave and found debris of tentacles, as well as footprints all over the ground. It seemed that his teammates just passed through here. Han Fei kept running, followed by fire. 1 cave, 2 caves. Lost for words, Han Fei shouted back, "Bro, you are truly a great digger. Why did you dig so many caves?" It was not until Han Fei ran into the 4th channel that he finally encountered his teammates. They all came to a stop and looked at each other in surprise. Xiao Xiaochan asked, "Why are you here?" Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei's back and said, "Run." While running, Zhang Xuanyu shouted, "Han Fei, didn't we ask you to stall him?" "There?" Han Fei said angrily, "Stall him? Do you really think I'm capable of that?" The 2 dragon bones were heavy enough for Han Fei, and he couldn't move the dragon head at all. What could he do? But maybe he could try the water stirring seal later. In a less big cave, Luo Xiaobai shouted, "Disperse. Han Fei, give me a dragon bone." Han Fei tossed a dragon bone to Luo Xiaobai, and a vine picked it up. Seeing that everybody else had a dragon bone, Han Fei said in relief, "This dude is vulnerable to cold. Let's just hit him with dragon bones instead of any other weapons." Hardly had he finished when the corpse arrived, but it briefly stopped when he came in as if it had sensed the coldness. Han Fei shouted, "Let's go and crush him." Scar of War Shadows. Han Fei led the charge and smashed the corpse with his dragon bone relentlessly. Bam! The corpse punched back, and Han Fei was forced to step back quickly. The other people all changed their expression. 5 dragon bones were still enough? Han Fei was still punched back? Luo Xiaobai roared and whipped the corpse with her vines that had enveloped a dragon bone. She shouted, "Let's attack together. This corpse only has basic battle instincts. Let's see if we can suppress him together." Xiao Xiaochan said, "That's not exactly what a hunter should do, but I agree with the plan." Zhang Xuanyu bellowed to summon his courage. "My rod was bent by him. I must let him answer for it." Lu Renquang shouted, his lips shivering, "Take him down." They pressed forward with the bones of the blue sea wandering dragon. When the 5 dragon bones were gathered, their coldness finally extinguished the fire on this expert's body and revealed his true self. Everybody saw that a crimson stone had been placed where the heart of the corpse was supposed to be. Zhang Xuanyu shrieked, "Blow the stone out. It must be the source of his power." Supreme stab. Using the dragon bone as a dagger, Xiao Xiaochan accelerated and stabbed the corpse in its back. The corpse nearly fell off, but the stone was still stuck inside its body. Bind. Now that the fire died out, Luo Xiaobai's spines could finally be applied. They tied the corpse up crazily. Lu Renquang took out a black glove from his box and put it on, before he reached for the stone. Ouch! Lu Renquang quickly moved his hand back, and a huge hole had been left in his glove. His hand was full of blisters too. Lu Renquang trembled and almost shed tears. "We can't touch it. My hand would have been wasted if I hadn't reacted as quickly." Zhang Xuanyu was lost for words. Then what do? We can't be separated. Or fire will surge from him again, which would worsen things again. Xia Xiaochan kicked the corpse that had been tied up by vines, and said, if only we could build the dragon bones into a container. Everybody looked at Xia Xiaochan. Luo Xiaobai remarked, that's actually a good idea, but none of us is a refiner. Seeing the situation, Han Fei interjected, actually, I know a thing or two about refining. Everyone? Han Fei smiled awkwardly. Don't stare at me like that. But I need a furnace. Do you remember the furnace we saw when we had just come in? I may need to go there. Xia Xiaochan looked at him weirdly. Han Fei, do you have more secrets? It's time to reveal them all. I really don't. I taught myself refining because weapons were too expensive for me in the old days. Everybody chuckled, unconvinced. A self-taught refiner? Are you implying that you're the only genius here? Luo Xiaobai simply said, you go there now. We'll keep him here for a while. Lu Renquang's eyes flashed. Han Fei, I've lost a lot of weapons on this trip. Han Fei ran off with a bone. Before he left, he noticed that fire was re-emerging on the surface of the corpse. He didn't think that they could resist it for long. Han Fei certainly did not really go to the furnace. After taking a turn, he looked back to ensure that nobody followed him. Then, he absorbed the dragon bone with his calabash. The demon purification pot's speed of refining was remarkable, and Han Fei didn't think that a container would consume much spiritual energy. But as it turned out, he lost 20,000 points of spiritual energy, which was 2 low-quality spiritual stones. Ah. So expensive? Han Fei trembled. 20,000 points of spiritual energy for a container? The first spiritual weapon that he ever crafted turned out to be a minor container. Then, in order to craft all the blades required in the million knife art, wouldn't he need billions of points of spiritual energy? Damn it. Only a tiny part of the dragon bone was used, and the rest of the bone was discharged. Han Fei waited a bit before he returned to the cave. When Han Fei returned, he found that Lu Renquang and his teammates were jumping and knocking the corpse with their dragon bones. Luo Xiaobai was delighted to see Han Fei. Did you make it? Pooh. Han Fei pretended to vomit blood. He said palely, I was almost killed. This dragon box container drained me and cost me one of my spiritual fruits. As he spoke, Han Fei tossed the dragon box container to them. Nobody suspected him. They didn't know how strong the blue sea wandering dragon had been exactly, but they knew that it couldn't have been easy for Han Fei to refine its bones. Luo Xiaobai immediately roared, give me the rest of the bone. Han Fei threw the leftover to her, and Lu Renquang picked it up. With 2 dragon bones, Lu Renquang extinguished the fire on the corpse, and Luo Xiaobai seized the chance to stick the container to the corpse's chest. The crimson stone was sealed, and the corpse crumbled into pieces after the stone was gone. Everybody looked at each other in shock. Zhang Xuanyu asked in shock, it's been killed so easily? Xia Xiaochan said, it was dead in the first place. Lu Renquang hurried to throw the container to Han Fei. Keep it in the sea. Swallowing seashell. I don't want to hold this. Han Fei stored the container and stared at Lu Renquang. Where were you a moment ago? Lu Renquang said innocently, I was going to ask you the same question. You vanished in the middle of the battle. I was searching for you when I accidentally walked into a cave that was occupied by a mutated hermit crab, which almost killed me. Luo Xiaobai said solemnly, we followed you into the aisle when we couldn't hear you anymore. But we only found Lu Renquang. Where were you? Han Fei snorted. I met a mutated human-faced crab and was caught in illusions. The whole time. After I killed it, you were all gone. Zhang Xuanyu chuckled. It's great that you're fine. We were truly lucky this time. The bones of the blue sea wandering dragon are not unusual. Han Fei, you can build a few decent spiritual weapons for each of us later. Pooh. Han Fei kicked Zhang Xuanyu. You wish. Crafting a small container almost killed me, and you want me to build spiritual weapons for you? Zhang Xuanyu quickly dodged him. I was just kidding. Staring at the dragon bones for a long time, Xia Xiaochan said slowly, I think the tailbone is missing here. The tailbone? Everybody looked at Xia Xiaochan. Xia Xiaochan rolled her eyes. It's a dragon, all right? Dragons have tails. What we're holding right now are the bones of the torso, but where is the tailbone? Luo Xiaobai nodded. That's right. Not just the tailbone, we haven't seen the skull either. Everybody trembled, and Zhang Xuanyu quickly shook his hand. Forget it. Let's just leave the skull behind. If one bone of the dragon has created a mutated creature as strong as a dangling fisher, what kind of monster would its skull make? Lu Renquang said, I agree. We can look for the tailbone, but I'm not interested in the skull. It's too scary. Han Fei knew that he'd better not tell them that he had already collected the skull. He hurried to change the topic. Where did you find the body of this expert? Xia Xiaochan snorted. It jumped on us from one of the numerous caves in here. However, since he's already dead, I think we can continue our exploration. Han Fei said quickly, let's take a rest first. Let me tell you, a tale of a dragon is as good as its skull. We can't be more careful. Xia Xiaochan said, well, I've never seen a dragon, and I don't really know what a dragon's skull looks like. Han Fei thought for a moment and remembered that the dragon head he found had no horns and was quite ugly. He began to wonder if the blue sea wandering dragon was really a dragon. A moment later, Zhang Xuanyu asked excitedly, can we go now? Han Fei said hopefully, let's go. Considering the route that everybody had just walked, the dragon tail was the only missing part now. After all, Han Fei had collected the dragon head. The channel was very long this time, and to everyone's surprise, no special creatures attacked them. Luo Xiaobai frowned. Don't you find this weird? Xia Xiaochan nodded, yes, the spiritual energy here is more intense. Lu Renquang shivered. It's rather cold. Han Fei had also been considering why there were so many caves here and why the fire cloud cave was so deep. Then, Han Fei realized something else, why was the dragon head placed in the front? Did the expert arrange the bones of the dragon in the shape of a dragon after it died? Huh. Dragon terrain? Shocked, Han Fei said in a hurry, dragon terrain. Based on the distribution of the dragon bones, we must be walking on a dragon terrain. Everybody was curious. What's a dragon terrain? Han Fei said, you really don't know? The dragon terrain is a terrain made in the shape of a dragon. It's perfect to preserve bodies. Damn it, let's move faster. Han Fei seemed to have realized something and started rushing. His teammates didn't quite understand what was going on, but they quickly followed him. After several thousand meters, an enormous cave bigger than all the previous caves showed up. However, everybody stopped at the entrance of the cave, not even daring to breathe aloud. Xiao Shaochan prodded Han Fei and asked, "Why, is someone sitting there?" Han Fei swallowed and replied, "If my guess is correct, he is the real Dragon Slayer, and the corpse before wasn't." Hiss. Everybody stepped back subconsciously. Was it some kind of joke? The tough guy from before was not the Dragon Slayer? However, they all believed Han Fei, because it seemed to be a living person who was in a posture of cultivation at the center of the cave. His face was fair, and his skin and flesh were intact. There was no telling if he was alive. More importantly, he was facing the entrance of the cave. Gudu. Lu Renquang swallowed and said, "Should we slip away? This guy killed a dragon." By pointing at it. "I don't think we're as good as a dragon." Everybody considered retreating except Han Fei, because the dragon tail was 2 meters before the expert, and there was a circular pit around the expert that was full of spiritual energy. Han Fei's heart raced. The spiritual spring was more attractive to him than the dragon tail was. He had practically run out of spiritual energy, and it would take forever if he were to cultivate spiritual energy on his own to become an advanced great fishing master or craft the blades for the knife art. However, there were millions of points of spiritual energy in the spring. He would be rich again if he could get it. Luo Xiaobai whispered, "Look, there's a door on the other side." Zhang Xuanyu asked, "Could it be an exit?" Xiao Shaochan said, "It's possible. We're at the end of the cave, so there should be a way out, or we would have to return to the furnace." Lu Renquang asked, "What if it's not an exit behind the door?" Everybody fell silent, because they would be doomed if they opened the door only to discover that it was not an exit. Right when everybody was hesitating, an enormous noise burst out, and the cave was shaking with falling rocks. Not good. The channel is collapsing. All 5 of them looked awful. The earthquake couldn't have happened at a worse timing. While the cave trembled, the expert at the center of the cave suddenly opened his eyes. Han Fei screamed, "Let's go. The door is our only way out now." Lu Renquang roared, "I told you to stop exploring. Look, we will all end up like dead fish now." Luo Xiaobai suggested, "Let's pass through the cave before the expert is fully woken up." They ran hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. In the next second, Lu Renquang and Han Fei lifted the door as they did with the first door, and it was easily opened. Xiao Shaochan and Luo Xiaobai quickly passed the gap that had been opened, followed by Zhang Xuanyu. Then, Lu Renquang blushed and pleaded, "Work harder. I can't squeeze through this." Han Fei said, "I told you to lose weight, and you wouldn't listen. Now you know how troublesome it is, don't you?" Shields. Lu Renquang activated his box and summoned multiple shields to support the gate, but he and Han Fei both felt that their back was cold in the next second, as someone was standing right behind him. Han Fei cursed. "Shoot!" Zhang Xuanyu shouted on the other side of the door, "Come here." Boom. The stone door collapsed and resulted in a dull noise when it hit the ground. In the meantime, rocks were falling in all directions, blocking not just this door, but also the entrance through which Han Fei's team came in. In the meantime, Lu Renquang was kicked out of the cave through the gap. The force was so powerful that Lu Renquang rolled along the ground. Lu Renquang's face changed greatly. He ran to the door and roared, "Violent war body!" At this point, not just Lu Renquang, everybody was trying to lift the stone door palely. However, they could only achieve no more than an extra 10 centimeters. His eyes bloodshot, Lu Rimquang roared anxiously, Han Fei, you idiot. Was your head hit by an ironhead fish? Han Fei, say something. Han Fei, make a sound. Don't leave us alone. Bam. An enormous force was blasted at the door, and Lu Rimquang was blown several meters away. Luo Xiaobai's face was pale. Not good. Lu Rimquang's voice was shivering. He roared with tears, let's lift the door. We can do this. We can certainly do this. Han Fei's face changed greatly. Holding the dragon bone, he confronted the man, who was half a meter away from him with his back against the wall. Gudu. Brother, let's just talk nicely. We're both civilized people. Fighting is too demeaning for us, isn't it? The man gave no response and simply stared at Han Fei's dragon bone. Han Fei hurried to extend his dragon bone forward. Senior, do you want this? I can offer it to you as a gift. Pa. Han Fei didn't even see how the man attacked, but his dragon bone had been blown away and it stabbed into the wall. Hiss. Sweet Mother of God. Senior, I'm sure we can work out something by talking. Han Fei was sweating hard. He considered whether or not he should attack this man with his water-stirring seal, but if he could hurt this man with the water-stirring seal, wouldn't he be in a terrible situation when the man was infuriated? Han Fei slightly stepped aside, as it was not pleasant to confront a dragon slayer face to face. More importantly, Han Fei found that the dragon slayer's vigorous face seemed to be decaying. Corpses can change? Han Fei was lost for words as the treasure hunting had escalated into tomb robbing. He wondered if the man was dead. How old would the man be if he was still alive? He seemed absolutely healthy even when the dragon had rotten into bones. Bam. Crack. Han Fei was slapped away into the spring of spiritual energy. Han Fei's head was dizzy and his ribs were broken by the slapping. Han Fei was shocked at the enormous power. Wait, it's not really unimaginably powerful. Has this man not fully recovered yet? He remembered that the man was heavily wounded and bordering on death on the murals. Thinking about that, he began to wonder if the spiritual spring was the source of his power, and he decided to absorb it. As Han Fei thought about that, half of the spring was gone, and Forge the Universe was full. All 6 cubic meters in it was filled up by the spiritual spring. Han Fei was immediately shocked. How much spiritual energy was out there? Master Calabash, absorb now. Forge the Universe, expand. Little black, little white. Nine-tailed mantis shrimp. It's time to have some food. The man, on the other hand, stared at Han Fei gravely and walked to him step by step. Han Fei extended his hand and activated the demon purification pot. The dragon head is too big. I should make it into blades now. After that, an enormous dragon head appeared before Han Fei, and the man stopped when it appeared. He seemed enraged. Immediately, the dragon head was absorbed into the calabash, and Han Fei shouted at the man, illusion. It was only an illusion. What you saw was not a dragon head, but that of a serpent. At this point, Han Fei saw that the man's skin was darkening quickly and there were spots on his face, indicating that he was aging fast. Han Fei's eyes glowed. His guess was correct. The man's body never decayed because of the intense spiritual energy here, but he was actually already dead. He was only a moving corpse. Who? The moment the dragon head disappeared, the man took action. Seeing his punch, Han Fei hurried to jump aside in shock and he roared. Attach. Fuse. Fury. Spiritual energy protective cover. Water-stirring seal technique. For a moment, Han Fei's capabilities were skyrocketing. As an intermediate great fishing master, he was approaching the level of a peak-level great fishing master. In the meantime, a water-stirring seal appeared and smashed the man's fist. Boom. The mountain was shaking and the rocks were falling. Outside of the door, Lu Renquang was quite anxious about the terrifying battle inside. Luo Xiaobai said calmly, Zhang Xuanyu, Xiaochan, you find a way out and go to our master. Xiao Xiaochan looked awful. How long is that going to take? Han Fei can't sustain the battle that long. Luo Xiaobai said, since Han Fei decided to fight him, Han Fei must have other trump cards. Go now. It's the only way to save him now. Zhang Xuanyu rushed to the cave outside with his stick in silence. There had to be a way out on this particularly damp path. Inside the door, Han Fei was knocked away in one attack. His spiritual energy protective cover was broken too. Also, the nine-tailed mantis shrimp was separated from him. Because of injury, his state of fusion collapsed too. Little Black and Little White were flung away, probably back to the ocean of spiritual energy. Han Fei vomited a mouthful of blood himself. After the punch, the man was aging quickly as if he had grown old by decades. In one moment, Han Fei cast the divine healing technique to himself unhesitatingly, while he jumped to the spiritual spring at a weird angle and murmured, please let me in. Bam! Han Fei was punched right in the back. He spewed out blood and felt that he was almost blown up. Forge the universe. Han Fei disappeared from this enormous cave in the next movement. Forge the universe had been filled by the spiritual spring at this point. Han Fei vomited blood the moment he came in. The mark of the punch spread from his back to his front. There was no telling how many of his ribs were broken. Damn it. Why can't I come inside instantly? Han Fei couldn't be more regretful. While it was easy to store lifeless items in Forge the Universe, there would be resistance if he wanted to put living things in, which would take Han Fei more time to deal with. He was certain that if the guy outside was aware of this, he wouldn't be given a chance to enter Forge the Universe at all. At this moment, Forge the Universe was expanding not very fast. It hadn't spread out by half a meter yet. Han Fei imposed the divine healing technique on himself hurriedly. He wasn't healed until more than an hour later. At this moment, Forge the Universe had expanded by around 6 meters, and the water level of the spiritual spring slightly dropped. After a moment, the spiritual energy kept dwindling, and more than 10 daggers, which cost almost 500,000 points of spiritual energy, appeared before Han Fei. But Han Fei was still delighted as they were all spiritual weapons. Han Fei grabbed a dagger randomly and showed its data. Name: Blue Sea Wandering Dragon Dagger. Introduction: made of the bones of the Blue Sea Wandering Dragon, this blade is extremely cold and can freeze the enemy if it cuts into the enemy's body. Quality: low-quality spiritual weapon. Enchantment: none. Can be reforged. Unrefined. Note: because of the restrictions of its materials, it can only be reforged into a low-quality spiritual weapon at best. Han Fei took a deep breath as it seemed quite awesome. What did enchantment mean? Han Fei wasn't clear. He had never created a spiritual weapon before. And he couldn't have done so without this huge spiritual spring. Since there was a lot left of the spiritual spring in Forge the Universe, Han Fei decided to go one step further. Since he couldn't defeat the guy outside, he would absorb the corpse's spiritual spring so that he couldn't be replenished. As it happened, his spiritual heritage, which was level 4, low quality, was below the average of his team. Even Zhang Xuanyu had a level 6 spiritual heritage at this point. It was time that he improved his spiritual heritage. Again. Upgrade. All of a sudden, Han Fei's body seemed to have turned into a bottomless hole. And the spiritual spring flooded in. When Han Fei advanced from a level 3 spiritual heritage to a level 4 spiritual heritage, Han Fei didn't consume any spiritual energy. The lightning helped him. Now that he was voluntarily seeking a breakthrough, he needed much more than just 200,000 points of spiritual energy. At this point, every minor level would take 500,000 points of spiritual energy. After a long time, after Han Fei spent 1,000,000 points of spiritual energy to improve his spiritual heritage to level 4, high quality, the mark that suggested he could upgrade was gone. Owner, Han Fei. Level 26, mid-level Grand Fishing Master. Spiritual energy 122,561, 2,499. Spiritual heritage level 4, high quality. Spiritual beast twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish, level 23. Weapon, none. Main art water vein technique, volume 3 of void fishing, spirit level. Divine quality. Han Fei grinned in delight after reading his data. He probably couldn't upgrade his spiritual heritage anymore, but his storage of spiritual energy had increased. When Han Fei opened his eyes, more than 40 blue sea wandering dragon daggers were floating before him. Even more surprisingly, the spiritual spring that filled up Forge the Universe was now only 1 meter deep. Of course, it had to do with the expansion of Forge the Universe, which had covered 100 square meters and was still spreading. Han Fei said, "Stop spreading." Han Fei was rather regretful. He thought that the spiritual spring that filled up Forge the Universe could sustain him for a while, but it had been used up. After only 6 hours. Han Fei calculated the numbers. 1,000,000 points for my spiritual heritage. Upgrade 2,000,000 to forge the spiritual weapons, 400,000 to expand Forge the Universe, and plus the spiritual energy absorbed by myself. And the demon purification pot. Han Fei gasped hard. Had he just spent 5,000,000 points of spiritual energy? Han Fei was lost for words. Everything had to stop. He didn't need to consume the spiritual spring anymore. He had to find a chance to pack the rest of the spiritual spring. However, he didn't know if the guy outside was drained yet. In order to be safe, Han Fei began to practice the million knife art. He thought that it would take him at least a year or two to gather enough resources to build an array of blades, but it was much faster than he expected. Of course, before his practice, he had to make the spiritual weapons acknowledge him as a master first. Han Fei grabbed a random dagger and cut his palm with it. Though not entirely smoothly, his skin was still easily injured, which immediately taught Han Fei a lesson. He didn't know the toughness of spiritual weapons until just now. Even though his body was quite sturdy, such weapons were still sharp enough to hurt him. Similar to the water-stirring seal, after the spiritual weapons acknowledged him as a master, he could store them in his body. Han Fei didn't know where they were stored, but he couldn't feel anything uncomfortable. Very soon, Han Fei stored all the 50 blue sea wandering dragon daggers in his body. Han Fei tried unleashing all the 50 blades, but most of them fell immediately, and only a handful of them were sent flying. Han Fei couldn't have looked more awful. Was this art not only costly but also difficult to grasp? For hours later, Han Fei could control 10 daggers simultaneously. He decided to take a break as he had hit a bottleneck. He felt that his spiritual power was running out. It's time to go out. In the cave, the young man who lost his target had become middle-aged. His body was shrinking due to the separation of the spiritual spring. Shua. Han Fei appeared where he disappeared previously, and the man 3 meters away didn't take any action. Damn it. Han Fei immediately lunged at the spiritual spring. Come here. The remaining part of the spring was instantly gone. Who? The man behind chased after him and punched him so hard that the cave was shaking. Han Fei chuckled and ran to the dragon bones that were stabbed into the wall. While drawing out the bones, he also summoned 10 blue sea wandering dragon daggers. Hew! 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 The power of the spiritual weapons was demonstrated. Although they were blown away by the man, they still froze his arms. But of course, it was nothing for him as he freed himself easily. The blue sea wandering dragon daggers flew and slashed the man crazily, but they couldn't break the man's defense even though they were spiritual weapons. While running, Han Fei shouted, "Bro, stop fighting. You're losing your wisdom in this fight. Bro. Let's just each take one step back, alright? I'll go out and you can keep meditating in here." If the man could talk, he would have burst into rage. How could I possibly meditate when you have absorbed my spiritual spring? Han Fei wasn't familiar with the million knife art. Now and then, the daggers were dropping, but their coldness still affected the man, which gave Han Fei some time to look for a way out. Humph. The nine-tailed mantis shrimp was set free. Han Fei shouted, "Nine-tailed mantis shrimp, dig through those rocks." The nine-tailed mantis shrimp dug in the front, and Han Fei ran fast behind it. Even though the blue sea wandering dragon daggers were blocking the man still almost caught up to Han Fei several times. After half a minute later, when the nine-tailed mantis shrimp had just broken through a rock, the door was blown away from the outside with an explosion. The nine-tailed mantis shrimp was blown away and injured too. Han Fei simply retracted the nine-tailed mantis shrimp and looked at the door while he ran. Han Fei, I knew that you wouldn't die. Come here. Lu Renquang shouted with his hands raised high. His eyes were swollen. Xia Xiaochan also jumped and waved her hands. Han Fei, get out of the way. Realizing their intent, Han Fei stepped on a wall and dodged the man's attack. In the meantime, Han Fei took the blue sea wandering dragon daggers back and melted them into his body. At the door, Wenrenyu, Zhang Xuanyu, and Luo Xiaobai were all relieved. Wenrenyu roared, Han Fei, get out of the way. Sword slash. As Wenrenyu roared, infinite green leaves appeared out of nowhere, but the seemingly fragile leaves cut the air apart and left countless white marks. Clang! 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 In the blink of an eye, the man was cut more than 100 times. H000. The man punched heavily, unleashing torrents at his enemy. Wenrenyu sneered. You want to change your fate when you're already dead? Who do you think you are? Wenrenyu walked forward gracefully. Behind her and below her, thousands of Leaves charged out like swords and cut the torrents into pieces, before they stabbed into the man and knocked him back. The man's skin was slitted, but he didn't shed any blood. Ho 00000. You're too noisy. Sunset sword slash. Wenren stomped, and a red leaf sword was erected before her, absorbing all the spiritual energy nearby and shaking the mountain. Hew! Boom! To Han Fei's shock, the man's chest was torn apart, and his guts were chopped into smithereens. Han Fei subconsciously scratched his head after witnessing the brutal attack, which heavily wounded the man and made it impossible for him to counterattack. He was amazed by the unbelievable strength of his teacher. Glowing sword leaves. There were still sword leaves in the man's body at this point. After Wenren clenched her fists, the sword leaves exploded and caused a huge hole in the man's chest. The blast forced Han Fei to take multiple steps back. Seeing that the man had been taken down by Wenren, Zhang Xuanyu, and the rest of them hurried to go forward. Han Fei, you were good. How did you survive? His eyes were bloodshot. Lu Rinquang roared at Han Fei. Han Fei, you really think you're unparalleled? You were bold enough to kick me out? Xiao Xiaochan looked at Han Fei weirdly. How did you survive? Luo Xiaobai was puzzled. Huh? The spiritual spring is gone? Han Fei said, it's a long story. I'll explain it to you later. I think this place is collapsing. Wenren suddenly said, he's not dead yet. Shocked, everybody looked at the rocks and saw a hand that was struggling. Han Fei asked in shock, what is this thing? It's not dead after it exploded? Wenren answered, he forged himself into an undying creature, but it didn't succeed. You go first. I'll catch up later. Luo Xiaobai held Han Fei's hand and pulled him out. Their adventure turned out to be too risky. They thought a treasure in a level 2 fishery couldn't be too terrifying, but they were almost killed by what they had met. A moment later, on the boat above the ocean, Wenren said on the boat with an awful look on her face, you're really idiots. You knew that there were dragon bones there, but you were still bold enough to walk to the end. The secret lands of such a level are beyond your abilities, did you know this? If this cave were in a level 3 fishery, you could have easily been killed by a dangerous mutated creature in it. Luo Xiaobai said in embarrassment, Master, we know we were wrong. Han Fei asked, Master, why are you here? Wenren snorted. Humph. To protect you, of course. I thought you went out to catch exotic creatures, but you didn't return hours later. I looked for you, but couldn't find you. If Xiaochan hadn't broken through the soil with her giant arowana, I wouldn't have found you, and you would have been dead for sure. Han Fei smiled awkwardly. Master, how strong was that man? I couldn't have survived if he had remembered more things than his instincts. Wenren said, casually, what could a half-dead creature do? The hardness of his body was in the level of a beginner hidden fisher. Then, Wenren stared at Han Fei with obvious confusion. How did Han Fei survive the man's attack? The other people looked at Han Fei too. They couldn't even resist a dangling fisher, much less a hidden fisher. While Han Fei's body was sturdy enough to resist a dangling fisher, it was still rather miraculous that he survived attacks from a hidden fisher. Han Fei said, don't overthink it. Actually, he blew the channel out for a while. Wenren, however, turned to Han Fei. Did you find the dragon head? Han Fei was going to deny it, but then he realized that he had probably been seen through He could only nod. I was lucky enough to find the dragon head. There was also a mutated dragon eel. He was. Wenren nodded. Okay, everybody has their own fortune. If you're unwilling to talk, just keep it to yourself. However, let me know if you're going to explore another secret land next time. Han Fei said, of course we will. The dragon head was exposed, but Wenren didn't ask further questions. Han Fei was quite relieved, as he couldn't afford any investigations. Besides, the dragon head was incomplete now after 50 blue sea wandering dragon daggers were forged out of it. He could be caught in many problems if anybody investigated it. After the adventure, Han Fei lost his pride. A great fishing master was too weak. All his trump cards were nothing compared to the man's punch, and that was only the physical strength of a hidden fisher. Wenren, on the other hand, blew up a hidden fisher more than easily, and such an awesome teacher was only from a school in a town. Han Fei took a deep breath. The fourth academy must be more powerful than he thought. Wenren, however, changed the topic and asked, I've learned of your study on spiritual beasts, but what's your progress on the study of the true meaning of fishing? Lu Renquang murmured, Master, I really don't understand any true meaning. Zhang Xuanyu smiled bitterly. Master, I think the true meaning of fishing is treasure hunting. Smack. Wenren slapped Zhang Xuanyu's head with a fishing pole. Like the treasure hunting today? Han Fei actually had the same opinion, but seeing that Zhang Xuanyu was smacked, he immediately shut up. Xiao Xiaochan blinked her eyes. Master, can you give us a clue? It's too hard for us to understand it on our own. Han Fei said, I agree with her. Luo Xiaobai didn't say anything, but she also looked at Wenren hopefully. Wenren heaved a long sigh and shook her head. There are infinite caves like this in the boundless ocean. You think you found valuable treasures, but they're not. You've risked your life for some common things. You really think the bones of the blue sea wandering dragon are good? To be honest, it's more of a serpent than a dragon. Fishing, on the other hand, is the eternal theme on this boundless ocean. Do you think it's not worth it to study it? After that, Wenren waved his fishing pole, and the hook darted far away. The spiritual energy on Wenren's hand tied the fishing pole like a thread, and the hook seemed to have been thrown to the horizon. Wenren said casually, I didn't cast the hook very far. It's only no more than 500 kilometers away. Wow. Everybody was stunned. No more than 500 kilometers was not very far? Then what about 100 meters when they were fishing? A child's game? Wenren bellowed, a hook can move 100 kilometers away in all directions within one breath. You need to discover what you want during this breath and pull your pole back. Buzz. The fishing line glittered and moved back crazily, and something seemed to have been caught. Han Fei was lost for words. This is truly a spectacular show. Everyone raised their heads and looked to the horizon, only to see that the fishing line in Wenren's hand was moving back at an unbelievable speed. Dozens of breaths later, a black spot appeared. When it was closer, everybody saw that it was a red spider crab flying at them. Or rather, it was pulled back by a hook. Wenren was as casual as before. You must use the hook as part of your body, like you use your hands and your eyes. Only by doing so can you become a qualified fisher. Sword leaves appeared before Wenren and they cut the red spider crab when it approached. Then, the spider crab was ruthlessly cut apart, and the blood red thread in it was caught. Wenren Yu looked at Han Fei. The thread of the red spider crab is used on your fishing pole. You can repair your fishing pole with this. In everybody's admiration, Wenren Yu jumped to her own boat and looked at everyone. Your training is not complete yet. You should focus on fishing skills now. If you find any secret lands later, let the giant arowana roar too. Inform me, unless you think you can defeat everything in them on your own. In the end, Wenren Yu gazed at them. Don't aim too far. Fishing is not about how far away you can cast the hook, but about your reflexes and your skills. Start with the easy part. Wenren Yu was gone. There was no telling where she was, but everybody knew that she was around. Luo Xiaobai said, let's cast our hooks as far away as possible first. While other people cast their hooks, Han Fei fixed his fishing line absent-mindedly. He believed that he was capable of Wenren Yu's fishing skill. Catching something during movement was exactly what his hook kiss or flash hook could do. What Wenren Yu did was similar to the winding snake technique, but not even as good as that. As to catch prey without alarming them, he could use the water vein technique. When the hook was melted into water, it could catch prey escaping there. Attention! The only thing that really amazed Han Fei was Wenren Yu's speed, which was too high. How could she have cast a hook so far away within a breath? Was it a mysterious technique? Suddenly, Han Fei's eyes glittered. Was it a fishing skill brought by the fourth level of void fishing? Han Fei was not sure, but he thought it was possible that he would be better and better at fishing as void fishing was upgraded. Out of the blue, Han Fei heard a voice. Lu Renquang secretly spoke to him, you scared me just now. I would have felt guilty if you had died. Han Fei whispered back, you almost sound like you want me to be dead. Rest assured, I'll still be alive when you're dead. Then, Xiao Xiaochan asked, where's the spiritual energy inside? I didn't see it after our teacher broke the door. Han Fei replied, it was absorbed by that corpse. Didn't you see that he grew from a handsome teenager into a middle-aged man? Xiao Xiaochan was stunned. Was that really possible? But where could such a pool of spiritual energy have gone to? Did Han Fei take it? Unlikely. He couldn't have packed it away even if all his sea-swallowing seashells were full. Zhang Xuanyu also asked, Han Fei, have you picked up the million knife art? I just saw your performance, which seemed rather lousy, but it's still limited. That man. What blades did you use? Han Fei was lost for words. Can you ask something else? They were just regular daggers. Zhang Xuanyu was obviously not convinced. Luo Xiaobai was the only one who didn't talk to Han Fei. The rest bombarded Han Fei with questions until Han Fei simply replied with silence. Looking at everybody gloomily, Han Fei declared openly, let's start fishing. And stop whispering to each other. Don't talk to me until you've become a fisher as excellent as me. Xiao Xiaochan asked, how excellent are you? Zhang Xuanyu said, I have the same question too. Why don't you catch a spider crab and show it to us? Lu Renquang joined them. You're really not bragging? Just get us one. Han Fei examined his fixed fishing line and snorted. Watch and learn. I'll show you how to cast 1,000 meters away within a single breath. Han Fei's face was slightly red, as he was not as good as his teacher and 1,000 meters was his maximal range. Hew! The hook was cast out and sank into the water under everybody's eyes, and Han Fei was shaking the fishing pole confidently. Zhang Xuanyu asked, Han Fei, are you sure you can do this? It doesn't seem as powerful as our teacher's demonstration. Han Fei scoffed. Just keep quiet. Han Fei could clearly sense the creatures within 5 meters from his hook in the water, but he couldn't see anything further away. Suddenly, Han Fei laughed. I'll catch a treasure-digging fish for you. Lu Renquang said, I'm 100% sure that you're bragging. Han Fei said, bragging? I'm most certainly not. Observe. In the water, the hook and the fishing line seemed to have melted. Instantly, Han Fei activated Flash Hook and caught a treasure-digging fish. Come here. Han Fei pulled the line back. Within 2 breaths, the hook broke out of the water with a treasure-digging fish on it. Hiss. Everybody including Luo Xiaobai was dumbfounded. Was it luck, or was Han Fei really so good? Xia Shachan's eyes widened. How did you do that? Lu Renquang was suspicious. That's just a coincidence. Why don't you catch another one? Han Fei became gloomy. You think I can just create fish? I only caught the treasure-digging fish because it happened to be down there. Lu Renquang pursued further. How did you know that it was a treasure-digging fish? Do you have second vision like Zhang Xuanyu does? Han Fei said, concentrate your spiritual power on the fishing pole and sense the picture within several meters from the hook. It's very easy. Zhang Xuanyu asked in shock, so, it's still second vision? Wait, I can't have second vision without attaching myself to a fish, and you're telling me that you can be attached to a hook? Luo Xiaobai asked, how can you concentrate your spiritual power on the fishing pole? Luo Xiaobai personally trusted Han Fei. After all, however strong Wenrenyu was, she couldn't have predicted what she was catching unless she could see the things in the water. Wenrenyu herself was quite surprised too. She couldn't believe that Han Fei picked it up so quickly. Her reaction was similar to Lu Renquang's. It took her more than almost a year to pick up such senses at the beginning, but Han Fei had succeeded after the first attempt? Xia Shaochan asked, like this? Xia Shaochan seemed to be deep in thought. She cast the hook in a completely different method from Han Fei's, but the fishing line was slipping away just as fast. A moment later, a yellow-boned fish was caught. The moment the fish appeared, it spewed its gold aura at Xia Shaochan, only to be slashed into pieces by her easily. Xia Shaochan complained, it didn't work. I could only see a foot in the water. It was not as expansive as several meters at all. Wenrenyu nearly tripped herself over. Are these 2 people monsters? Spiritual vision is completely different from vision with eyes, but both of them succeeded after their first attempt. Of course, the other 3 people except Han Fei and Xia Shaochan were all stunned. Lu Renquang asked, well, isn't the spiritual power in your head? How can you release it to the hook? Xia Shaochan said, you just focus your attention and unleash it like spiritual energy. Zhang Xuanyu said, so simple? Let me have a try. A moment later, Zhang Xuanyu shook the fishing pole in confusion. It doesn't feel right. I can separate my spiritual power from myself, but why can't I see anything? Luo Xiaobai was also trying. I can't see anything either. Lu Renquang, on the other hand, had been too baffled by the mysterious spiritual power at this point to utilize it, much less passing it to his hook. Han Fei simply said, just try a few more times. Like Xia Xiaochan said, throw it out like you use your spiritual energy. While fishing, Han Fei's team sailed the boat back into the range of the Level 2 fishery. The Level 2 fishery was quite huge and included many weird places. It took Han Fei's team 7 days to sail throughout the Level 2 fishery and record the places that other people were unwilling to visit. Zhang Xuanyu wrote on his notebook made of fish skin and said, "This place is a coral reef. The water here is 98 meters deep on average." It said that a special fish named the moon-watching eel lives here. Because of the shallow water, the moon-watching eels are able to absorb the essence of the moon, but such eels are said to be highly poisonous. Han Fei was reminded of something. According to a complete collection of spiritual plants in the infinite ocean, the moon-watching eel gathered the essence of the moon and transformed it into poison, so moon spirit fruits often grew in their nests. These fruits were not venomous, but could resolve poisons. They were often used to make antidote pills. Such fruits were not as effective if taken orally, but they could still increase the body's resistance to poison. Xia Xiaochan asked curiously, "Is there any treasure here?" Zhang Xuanyu read his notebook carefully and said, "I don't know, but the moon-watching eels are not really a threat to us, although they're highly aggressive and territorial." Han Fei said, "There are moon spirit fruits in their nests. Such fruits can resist the venom of little white." Xia Xiaochan's eyes glittered. "We should catch the fish. I don't like the feeling of being paralyzed." Xia Xiaochan remembered how she was poisoned in the Blue Sea arena. At that time, her face was hideously blue. Luo Xiaobai frowned. "Moon spirit fruit? Where did you learn that?" Han Fei said, "You people don't farm, so of course you don't know. You'll find it in the Encyclopedia of Spiritual Plants." Lu Renkuang immediately shouted, "I saw the book before. There's just too much information in the book for me to read." "You've read all of it?" Han Fei said to himself gloatingly, "I don't mean to brag, but I learned the whole book by heart after only a day." Zhang Xuanyu, however, asked unenthusiastically, "It doesn't sound very appealing. We can buy fruits that can increase our immunity to poison also." Xia Xiaochan glared at him. "I don't have so much money." Luo Xiaobai said, "Let's try catching them up first." Everybody cast their hooks. After 7 days, besides Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan, Zhang Xuanyu was the only one who was getting the hang of the trick. And Luo Xiaobai and Lu Renkuang still hadn't picked it up yet. They were only fishing randomly. Only Han Fei could see clearly what was around his hook. As he retracted his fishing line, an abalone the size of a basin was pulled to the boat by him. Xia Xiaochan and Luo Xiaobai hurried to step back in displeasure. Lu Renkuang said, "Huh? A seer? That's quite rare. But they're not very valuable, although they're rare. Also, I'm told that even other fish don't feed on them because they're too ugly." Xia Xiaochan said in disdain, "It's hideous. I thought you got a moon-watching eel." Han Fei laughed at them. "What do you know? This fish is very precious. I've never encountered it before. Now that I've got one, I'll cook an abalone meal for you today." Zhang Xuanyu asked in confusion, "What meal?" Han Fei said, "Abalone meal. Nothing is as delicious as that." Lu Renkuang immediately leaned close. "More delicious than barbecue?" Han Fei smiled mysteriously. "That will depend on my culinary skills." Lu Renkuang rubbed his hands delightedly. I believe in you. Ha ha ha. I've never had a seer before. I'll find out how it tastes today. Xia Xiaochan said with a sour face, I won't eat it. It's too ugly. Luo Xiaobai nodded. I'll pass too. Zhang Xuanyu said, you're all distracted when you're supposed to be training. I'm not like you. I'll definitely be able to see with my mind in 10 days. An hour passed. The boat was filled with the fragrance from the marinated abalone in the pot. And Han Fei and Lu Renquang were enjoying the meat before the pot. Han Fei asked, are you really not going to try it? Xia Xiaochan, Zhang Xuanyu, and Luo Xiaobai were all swallowing. How could something so hideous be so delicious? Xia Xiaochan even wiped her drool. Lu Renquang said without any hesitation, I'll eat it for them. The fatty picked up a piece of abalone meat and sent it into his mouth. His cheeks were shivering as he chewed the hot, newly cooked abalone. He seemed so content that other people might have thought that he was high. Yummy! Lu Renquang shouted with glowing eyes and greasy lips. The rest of them were all drooping. Zhang Xuanyu put his fishing pole down and said solemnly, I don't think we should spend all of our time fishing. I'll try this meat too. Xia Xiaochan, on the other hand, simply sat down before the pot. The fish didn't look as ugly anymore after it was cooked. Besides, it was too delicious for her to refuse. Luo Xiaobai struggled for a moment and decided to join the crowd. Only 1 moment later. Xia Xiaochan said with a huge smile, it's delicious, Han Fei. We'll have more of this tonight. Zhang Xuanyu agreed with her. I despise those who prioritize training over a good life. Lu Renquang said quickly, hey, don't steal it. It's mine. Luo Xiaobai's eyes were flashing as she gazed at Han Fei. Where did this guy learn his culinary skills? Can he turn everything into delicious food? After they were full, they continued wandering in the area of the coral reefs. Not to really catch moonwatching eels, but to practice fishing skills. The fishing skills that came with Han Fei's void fishing were far better than other people's techniques. The only shortcoming was that Han Fei could not cast his hook beyond 1,000 meters. Xia Xiaochan, on the other hand, was quite surprising. It was not unusual for someone to pick up spiritual vision after one attempt. But was there such an art in the Heavenly Water Village? Han Fei didn't think so. Besides, he had never seen anyone else with double spiritual beasts. So, Xia Xiaochan's background must be sophisticated. Zhang Xuanyu was also from another village. His art was obviously not the common true spirit fishing art either. Besides, he could separate his mind from his body, which was something that even Han Fei couldn't do. As for Luo Xiaobai, she had always been mysterious. Lu Renquang might seem to be a gourmet, but he had an unusual madness. Spiritual heritage. In conclusion, Han Fei found that all of his teammates seemed complicated. Was it a coincidence that he ran into them, or was it luck? At the sunset on the 7th day, the sky was enshrouded by the afterglow. On the boat, all the 5 of them were fishing carefully. Suddenly, Zhang Xuanyu roared. Gotcha! Then, Zhang Xuanyu shook his hand and soon picked up a singing conch. Everybody looked at him, and Zhang Xuanyu was grinning hard. I saw it. I knew that I could make it in 10 days. Xia Xiaochan asked curiously, how far can you see? Well, about half a foot. Xia Xiaochan was relieved. Then keep trying. I can see half a meter now. Zhang Xuanyu, Luo Xiaobai and Lu Renquang Lu Renquang grew anxious and ran to Han Fei. Help! Why can't I see anything? I've been trying so hard. Han Fei extended his hand and pinched Lu Renquang's belly, and Lu Renquang hurried to step back. Why did you pinch me? Han Fei said, you sensed pain when I pinched you because of neural reflex, or, in other words, sense of the spirit. If you don't have spiritual power, it's possible that you couldn't have felt the pain. Just regard the hook as part of your flesh and try again. Lu Renquang was dumbfounded. Regard the hook as my flesh? Han Fei didn't really know whether what he said was correct, but at least he believed so himself. When you focus your mind on something, you will definitely receive responses. Han Fei taught his friend a mysterious lesson. But right after that, Xia Xiaochan said in his head, actually, you don't understand what's going on either, do you? Han Fei replied, you can only learn the trick on your own. What I said was only a piece of friendly advice that might be helpful. Scratching his head, Lu Renquang returned and started thinking. Luo Xiaobai was also trying, deep in thought. 3 moons were in the sky at night, but ever since he learned the water vein technique, Han Fei was no longer worried that other fish would disturb him. Suddenly, Han Fei's eyes glowed. A moon-watching eel? It was a pleasant surprise. They had fished among the coral reefs for a week, but met no moon-watching eels until just now. The eel was quite huge. Its head was more than a meter long, and its body was thicker than Lu Renquang's thigh. When it inhaled water, the water rippled, and a wave dashed into the moon-watching eel's mouth in the next second. Up! Han Fei shouted, Xiaobai, help me tie it up. Before anybody realized what was going on, a gigantic fish almost 7 meters long had been pulled to the surface by Han Fei. Zhang Xuanyu said in shock, a moon-watching eel? Dozens of vines dashed to the moon-watching eel and they tied it up, but in the next second, all the vines were withering. Luo Xiaobai was not scared. When the first batch of vines was broken, a second batch replaced it. In the meantime, paralyzing poison leaked from the vines, 2, turning the moon-watching eel into a source of poisons. Zhang Xuanyu shouted, cut its head. We'll ignore its meat, but there's an invaluable pearl in its head that can help with the practice of pupil spells. Han Fei was not interested in this pearl, but in the spiritual fruit, because he was intimidated by poison, which could hurt him despite his body's sturdiness. Like how Xia Xiaochan was paralyzed by Su Yabai earlier. However, Han Fei still listened to Zhang Xuanyu as he lashed out with his 2 daggers, one at its neck and the other at its head. In the blink of an eye, the moon-watching eel was executed, and the yellow pearl that dropped was picked up and delivered back by the vines. Splash! The body of the moon-watching eel sank into the ocean. Han Fei said, I'll go down and pick the moon spirit fruit. Han Fei leaped into the ocean, and dozens of daggers appeared around him, mincing the fish that surrounded him. Han Fei's destination was the cave of the moon-watching eel. Such creatures did not live in groups, and there wouldn't be other things in their cave. Little Black, get the fruit out for me. A few minutes later, Han Fei broke out of the water, with a bright yellow fruit the size of a fist in his hand. Xia Xiaochan asked, there's only one? Han Fei was amused. Maybe every moon-watching eel only has one fruit. Han Fei waved his blade quickly and cut the fruit into 5 pieces. Let's split it evenly. It's not the best stuff, but it can help you resist the experts who are good with poisons. Everybody simply accepted their part of the fruit and ate it. Luo Xiaobai gave the pearl from the eel to Han Fei, but it was not of any use to Han Fei. He asked, casually, Do any of you need to practice pupil spells? I don't need this. Lu Renquang asked, huh? Don't spirit gatherers all practice pupil spells? Han Fei said, I've already grasped it. Also, I don't fight with my eyes. This is useless for me. Everybody else shook their heads too. Nobody here practiced pupil spells. Luo Xiaobai suggested, you can sell it in the Linglong Tower or exchange it for something you need. Just keep it. It was not a treasure for them, but for those in need, especially for those who needed to practice pupil spells, the pearl was extremely valuable. For Han Fei, it was just a minor treasure. While he was fishing, he also looked for unusual creatures along the way. There were already 3 big shots in the demon purification pot, and he intended to find out, hoping that he could melt them into something that was even more powerful than the 9-tailed mantis shrimp. Another half-month passed quickly. Han Fei did encounter some unusual creatures, and he asked everybody else to capture them with him, but all of them escaped by digging holes. During the half-month, they fished exploring almost every part of the level 2 fishery. Han Fei fed almost all of the rare fish that he caught to Little Black and the 9-tailed mantis shrimp. They came across many people in the fishery. Some of the strangers knew them, and some intended to rob them, but after discovering that there were 5 people on the boat, the robbers dropped the idea. There was a 3-person group who did try to rob Han Fei's team, seeing how young they were. However, before Han Fei took action, the rest of the team had crushed the robbers in the blink of an eye with their contractual spiritual beasts. If Luo Xiaobai hadn't stopped her teammates, the robbers would have ended up in their fish's stomach. It had been almost a month since Han Fei's team came to the level 2 fishery. But Lu Renquang and Luo Xiaobai still hadn't grasped spiritual vision. It seemed that not everybody was talented with such an ability. There was no telling why Xia Xiaochan succeeded, but Zhang Xuanyu learned the ability because of his magnificent spiritual power and bloodthirsty shark that he awakened. Zhang Xuanyu asked, well, I've got a basic understanding of the level 2 fishery in the Blue Sea town. I've marked 38 dangerous places in the past month, and 21 of them have been explored. The other 17 are slightly more dangerous. Are we going to explore them or not? Lu Renquang said, let's go. I don't want to fish anymore, not without bait. I can only slightly shake my hook with my spiritual power at this moment, and I can't see anything. Han Fei said, no objection here. However, can we narrow down our vision? 17 places would take a lot of time. Zhang Xuanyu said with a smile, I knew you would say that. Of those 17 places, 13 are less dangerous, but all the people who explored the other 4 places are dead. Xia Xiaochan asked, what are these places? Looking at his notebook, Zhang Xuanyu introduced them, the piercing electricity zone, famous for the piercing electricity jellyfish there. The stone forest, which is said to be occupied by stone spirit crabs, which live in stones and store spiritual energy in their nests. So, the stones there are perfect weapon materials, but few people have ever really excavated them. Browsing through his notebook, Zhang Xuanyu continued, the other 2 places are more famous. One of them is the deep-sea jungle, which is covered by trees. That can tie you up while you're diving. It's said that nobody ever survived them. The other place is the fiery mountain. According to the records, no great fishing masters have ever returned from there alive. Han Fei was shocked. Fiery mountain? Luo Xiaobai said, it's a congregation of fiery corals. They're very weird. Han Fei was greatly relieved to know that it was corals. He was wondering why. There was a mountain in the ocean. Xia Xiaochan asked, so, which of the 4 places is the least dangerous? Zhang Xuanyu closed his notebook. The piercing electricity zone. Our odds of survival are highest there. Lu Renquang said, don't mistake us for great fishing masters. Do you think we're really capable of that? If not, I think we can just go to the 13 less dangerous places. Zhang Xuanyu said, I think we can try the piercing electricity zone. Han Fei agreed with him. Let's go to the piercing electricity zone. Only dangerous places have treasures. The places frequented by other people have nothing but leftovers. We must go to places that other people dare not go to. Xia Xiaochan chuckled and said, Han Fei, you've forgotten your fair share of pain, haven't you? Lu Renquang rolled his eyes quickly. I still think we should go to the other 13 places. Zhang Xuanyu snorted. Those places are boring. They've been visited by other people. Although there might be spiritual fruits left, those fruits won't be very effective for us now. Luo Xiaobai shook her head. Spiritual fruits are still important. If we have a spiritual fruit when we make a breakthrough, the odds of success will be increased by at least 20%. Han Fei thought of a solution. Show of hands. Whoever thinks we should explore the piercing electricity zone, raise your hand. Shua. 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 Everybody except Luo Xiaobai and Lu Renquang raised their hand. Han Fei said with a smile, 3-2. The motion is passed. We should gladly face challenges on our path of cultivation. If we're intimidated by a level 2 fishery, wouldn't we be too scared to move in a level 3 fishery? Han Fei and Zhang Xuanyu had a high five, and Lu Renquang rolled his eyes at them, wondering if they had forgotten what happened in the fire cloud cave. Xia Xiaochan declared proudly, even ordinary fishers go out on the ocean fearlessly every day. Why should we be scared? Let's go. Zhang Xuanyu's face lit up. Let's go. Han Fei nodded. Let's go. Piercing electricity jellyfish were not rare in the level 2 fishery, but because of the massive population of jellyfish, some of them had mutated and gained unusual abilities. In ancient times, there were even legendary piercing electricity jellyfish. In the ocean, jellyfish were like umbrellas and mushrooms, as could be told from their name. Piercing electricity jellyfish could unleash electricity. However, some people argued that piercing electricity jellyfish were cute and playful. When Han Fei reached the piercing electricity zone, he saw several dead piercing electricity jellyfish in the ocean. Their blue hats were beautiful, even if they were dead. Lu Renquang swallowed hard. Are we going to dive down? Zhang Xuanyu shook his head. Don't be hasty. This is just the edge. We'll dive when we reach the center. Lu Renquang was lost for words. I'm told that the jellyfish are all in groups of thousands or even more. Zhang Xuanyu said unconcernedly, what are you scared of? Your 1,000-blade tortoise can mince them easily. Xiaobai can protect us with her vines, too. Xia Xiaochan can escape. Han Fei and I are the ones that should be worried here. All right? Han Fei clicked his tongue and said, don't worry about me. I can control water. Zhang Xuanyu. Everybody discussed for a moment before diving into the water. They sensed something wrong the moment they dived. They had seen fish every Time they dove into water, but here, there were few fish. After descending more than 10 meters, they saw nothing except a bony spur fish swimming past them unhurriedly and passively. Staring at the fish as if it were an idiot, the 5 of them watched the fish pass them and leave. Luo Xiaobai whispered to them, "Everybody, be careful. We're in a dangerous place. Let's descend prudently." Everybody nodded and descended for another 50 meters, before they finally saw piercing electricity jellyfish, which had blue hats and white stripes, floating in the water. There were only a handful of them nearby, so they were not really scary. Han Fei and his team approached them as they had never seen the piercing electricity jellyfish in a level 2 fishery before. Data flashed in Han Fei's eyes. Name: piercing electricity jellyfish. Level 25. Quality regular. Spiritual energy, 250 points. Effect: it can increase one's resistance to electricity if it's eaten over a long period of time. Collectible: none. Absorbable. Han Fei showed no response, and Zhang Xuanyu moved to get a closer look at the creature. However, the piercing electricity jellyfish floated at him after spotting the stranger. The long tail behind it was quite beautiful. In everybody's eyes, the piercing electricity jellyfish swam slowly and passively, and even tried to rub Zhang Xuanyu with its head. Xiao Xiaochan said, "It's so cute. Can I touch it?" Luo Xiaobai warned, "Don't." Before Luo Xiaobai finished, Xiao Xiaochan had been electrified when she laid her hand on the piercing electricity jellyfish. She immediately shivered under the shock. Xiao Xiaochan hurried to step back, but the piercing electricity jellyfish rubbed where she was with its cute little head and, sensing nobody there, it chased after Xiao Xiaochan after its eyes flashed. Xiao Xiaochan was shocked. "Go away, you monster." Xiao Xiaochan ran and the piercing electricity jellyfish chased her. Now and then, electric currents were popping up from it, as if it were playing hide and seek with her. Han Fei was deep in thought. Jellyfish had eyes, not real eyes but primitive optical organs that were similar to the complex eyes of insects. Such eyes did not have a focus, but could sense the change of light. However, this piercing electricity jellyfish was different from the jellyfish that Han Fei saw in the level 1 fishery that it had developed 4 eyes in its evolution. Han Fei whispered, "Be careful. The piercing electricity jellyfish has eyes and can locate us with their eyes. Xiaochan, kill it." Xiao Xiaochan was briefly stunned. "Really? It's very cute even though it shocks people." Han Fei asked, "Do you want thousands of cute piercing electricity jellyfish to play with you?" Xiao Xiaochan trembled. She would probably be electrocuted to death if thousands of jellyfish shocked her simultaneously. Xiao Xiaochan waved her dagger, and the piercing electricity jellyfish was cut into multiple parts before it sank slowly. Lu Renquang asked in confusion, "Huh? I don't think they're really aggressive." "Are they?" Luo Xiaobai whispered, "Yes, they are. But the piercing electricity jellyfish are too slow, so it seems that it was only playing a game with Xiaochan." Xiao Xiaochan was stunned. "Is that so? I thought that it was really playing a game with me." They kept diving. When they were 80 meters deep, they saw hundreds of piercing electricity jellyfish, and the deeper they went, the more piercing electricity jellyfish they saw. Soon, their eyes were blocked by the long tails of the jellyfish. The piercing electricity jellyfish had tails that were almost 30 meters long. Those Tails floated in the water, making it impossible for Han's team to see through. They tried to swim through the shoal of piercing electricity jellyfish, but they sensed something wrong the moment they got in. Luo Xiaobai's face changed greatly. Dodge now. All the jellyfish are coming to us. Zhang Xuanyu said ruthlessly, dive down. If we go back, our trip would be for nothing. While the jellyfish surrounded them, everybody kept descending, but they were more and more scared because there were still more piercing electricity jellyfish down below. They saw that there were so many jellyfish that their tails were almost entangled. They couldn't help but wonder what would happen if all the jellyfish discharged at the same time. Crack. Exactly when that thought occurred to them, the whole area within 100 meters was plagued by electricity. Luo Xiaobai was fast enough to cover everybody with her vines, but how could vines block electricity in the water? In a moment, everybody was trembling because of the electric shock. Ugh! Zhang Xuanyu rolled his eyes beyond his control under the shock while he tried to fight back. Same as Zhang Xuanyu, Lu Renquang unleashed the 1,000-blade tortoise while he was being shocked. As the blade swept out, a tremendous number of piercing electricity jellyfish were cut apart, but the whole area had been electrified, and the electric current was still there even though the piercing electricity jellyfish were dead. Everybody trembled for a long time. Finally, Zhang Xuanyu coughed out blood and foam, and Luo Xiaobai followed him. Lu Renquang threw up so hard that his eyes were nothing but white. Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan were fine. Han Fei had been used to electrification, having experienced the ninth heaven thunder and the electricity of the dragon eel. He found that the discharge of all the piercing electricity jellyfish combined was not as threatening as the one shock from the dragon eel. As for Xia Xiaochan, she had been hit by the lightning with Han Fei on the mountaintop earlier. Although Han Fei took most of the lightning, Xia Xiaochan managed to take the rest without being hurt, which suggested that her body was unusual. At this point, everybody finally understood why no great fishing masters ever returned from this place. They must have been stunned by electricity here, just like Lu Renquang, who was foaming and almost passing out. While shivering, Han Fei performed the divine healing technique, but because of his shivering, he couldn't really cast it. All his friends looked at him gloomily. Han Fei whispered, "It's not my fault. It's hard to control my spiritual energy." Outside, the 1,000-blade tortoise was half dizzy because of the electrification, and its attack was not as aggressive as before. Everybody wasn't back to themselves until 1 minute later. Han Fei immediately cast the divine healing technique on everybody and shouted, "Let's go. What are you waiting for? Fatty, take your 1,000-blade tortoise back and use your own armor, or your 1,000-blade tortoise might be killed." Lu Renquang suggested, "Why don't we go back?" Everybody raised their head, only to see that the piercing electricity jellyfish were all above them, and it was impossible for them to return. Xia Xiaochan roared, "Run!" Everybody ran as fast as possible. Without any hesitation, they dove down crazily. Lu Renquang's torrents of knives and swords even raised turbulence in the water. He unleashed all the weapons in his box, leaving nothing but pieces of the piercing electricity jellyfish on his way. After only 1 moment, the whole area was enshrouded by broken pieces of the jellyfish. Transparent meat that looked like jelly was everywhere. Like a monster of tentacles, Luo Xiaobai swung infinite vines to clear the pieces on the way and the piercing electricity jellyfish that luckily survived the turbulences. The water was deep here. They went all the way down to 300 meters. But they still couldn't see the bottom. 300 meters was not a big thing even for fishing masters, and certainly not for great fishing masters. However, it should be below the water level in which the piercing electricity jellyfish could live. At this moment, everybody had passed the jellyfish's territory. Han Fei said, "Stop. Fatty, stop churning. The piercing electricity jellyfish are gone." Hearing that, Lu Renkuang recalled his weapons, and Luo Xiaobai's spines were gone too. Then, everybody saw an amazing scene. Infinite jellyfish that looked like yachts were floating above and around them. The moment he saw those jellyfish, Han Fei remembered a jellyfish that he had seen before, the Portuguese man-o'-war, except that the Portuguese man-o'-war floated on the surface of the ocean and this jellyfish lived at the bottom of it. The Portuguese man-o'-war was terrifying. There were infinite stings on their tentacles, and those stings carried venom, powerful venom. More importantly, those tentacles were so tensile that ordinary people couldn't break free if they were tied up. The jellyfish that Han Fei was seeing were even more unbelievable than the Portuguese man-o'-war. They had infinitely long tentacles that were full of hooks. Data popped up again in Han Fei's eyes. Name: Blue Hat Jellyfish. Introduction: The Blue Hat Jellyfish carried airbags that contained poisonous gas. When the airbags explode, the gas will be resolved in the water. Cannot be killed easily. Level 27. Quality Rare. Spiritual Energy 640 points. Effect: Inedible, collectible beard of the Blue Hat Jellyfish, which can be used to weave low-level fishing nets. Absorbable. Han Fei raised his eyebrow at the abundant information. Explosion? Rare? Fishing net? Han Fei looked around and saw 100 blue hat jellyfish and still more further away. He had never seen so many rare creatures at once. Didn't all rare creatures live independently? However, Han Fei didn't have the time to think. He simply said, "Xiaobai, don't let their tentacles reach us. Fatty, don't mince them. Their airbags are weird. We'd better keep descending and avoid them." Xia Xiaochan said, "They're extending their tentacles to us." Luo Xiaobai hurried to block the tentacles with her vines, stopping the tentacles from approaching them. Suddenly, Luo Xiaobai exclaimed in shock. "Their tentacles are poisonous." Xia Xiaochan cut the tentacles with her shadowless blade. Everybody heard cracks. Though the tentacles were cut apart, they were still shocked at the tentacles' hardness. Not good. Suddenly, Lu Renkuang pointed down. "Look over there." Everybody looked down, only to see a web made of countless tentacles. They were of different layers, but woven together like infrared rays. Luo Xiaobai said solemnly, "This must be the real danger. The electric current of the piercing electricity jellyfish can kill a common great fishing master. But those blue hat jellyfish can tie anyone up easily until they die." Lu Renkuang asked, "Should I try to cut the tentacles apart?" Zhang Xuanyu said, "You can have a try." Han Fei hurried to stop him. "Wait." Everybody looked at Han Fei, but Han Fei darted out a blue sea wandering dragon dagger through the hat of a blue hat jellyfish. Bam! After an explosion, airwaves spread out at the bottom of the ocean, but to everyone's surprise, the gas in the airbags disappeared after only ascending for several meters. Luo Xiaobai's face changed greatly. The gas can dissolve in water. We can't kill the jellyfish. Xiao Xiaochan asked, then do we just watch them surround us? Lu Renquang said, let's kill them. We just had the moon spirit fruit. Luo Xiaobai said, don't forget that we each only had 1/5 of a moon spirit fruit. Han Fei considered for a moment and took out a few fruits. You can each have one of these exotic poisonous fruits, but I don't know if they can resist the poison of the blue hat jellyfish. Xiao Xiaochan asked in surprise, is this the spiritual fruit that detoxified me last time? Han Fei nodded. They're exotic poisonous fruits. They can resist mortal level poisons. I don't know how strong the blue hat jellyfish are, but let's be careful. If the area is enshrouded by their poison and we can't resist the poison, we'll be screwed. Suddenly, Luo Xiaobai whispered to everyone. Let me do it. Han Fei, give me spiritual energy. Deep blue, vine explosion. Out of nowhere, an enormous flower appeared below Luo Xiaobai, and thousands of vines spread out into the gaps of the net of tentacles down below. Han Fei simply poured his spiritual energy into Luo Xiaobai's body. A moment later, the whole area was almost occupied by vines. Han Fei could barely see anything. Voila! All the vines blossomed from down to top like flowers that were opening their petals, creating a channel that was in the shape of an upside-down piton. Luo Xiaobai said palely, let's go down now. Xiao Xiaochan grabbed Luo Xiaobai and descended with everybody else. On their way, they saw countless tentacles of the blue hat jellyfish that had been torn off. The vines that surrounded them were also turning deep blue quickly. Luo Xiaobai said, I can't sustain them long. Hurry up. Bam. 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 Everybody heard explosions from outside of the vines. They were shocked that the jellyfish just detonated themselves after failing to catch their enemy. The explosions gradually declined. Everybody took a breath in relief. But when they thought that everything was fine, Luo Xiaobai's vines were shredded. Everybody felt that the channel was illuminated. They all ran crazily in the next second. Lu Renquang shouted while he ran, Zhang Xuanyu, didn't you say that this is the least dangerous place? What was that? Zhang Xuanyu was running even faster than Lu Renquang. But it's still a dangerous place. It's only safe compared to other dangerous places. Luo Xiaobai said, wait, there's more than one of them. Yes, everybody had seen a super huge jellyfish that was probably almost 20 meters long. More importantly, they could see 3 such jellyfish within their sight. Han Fei glanced at them, only to be dumbfounded. Name, soul-attracting jellyfish. Introduction, this is a creature that is talented in soul attacks, and can be reborn. The soul resistance pearls in them make them ignore regular soul attacks. Level 31. Quality, exotic. Spiritual energy, 1936. Effect, inedible. Collectible, soul resistance pearls absorbable. On the other side, before Han Fei said anything, Zhang Xuanyu had declared. Let's find a lone one. This will be my second contractual spiritual beast. Luo Xiaobai said, we can't dodge the soul attacks from the soul attracting jellyfish, but can only take their attacks the hard way. We have to get out of here first. Xiao Xiaochan replied, I'm in stealth. You can run now. Lu Renquang was almost weeping. Why are there so many soul-attracting jellyfish? My spiritual power is not very high. Han Fei asked, Do you all know that they're soul-attracting jellyfish? Zhang Xuanyu said, of course. My teacher said during class that soul-attracting jellyfish are legends that are closest to reality. Many have seen them, but none have ever captured them. Lu Renkuang was speechless. How can you capture them? You will turn into a retard if they attack you and wreck your mind. Zhang Xuanyu said, I'm not scared of them. I can't resist all three of them. But I can defeat one of them. Help me capture one, please. After it becomes my second contractual spiritual beast, I can help you get the soul resistance. Pearls. There was no telling whether or not it was his illusion, but Han Fei discovered that everybody in his team had their own personalities. Luo Xiaobai was slightly cold, but she was mature, reliable, patient, and meticulous as a manipulator. Xia Xiaochan was mysterious and smart. She hid herself the moment she saw the soul-attracting jellyfish. Han Fei suspected that she intended to kill a soul-attracting jellyfish on her own. As for Zhang Xuanyu, he was not scared of these jellyfish at all. Lu Renkuang was also a madman when it came to battles. When they were discussing, they suddenly heard an enormous clap of thunder and their head almost exploded. Under the hit, Lu Renkuang's eyes, ears, nose and mouth were all bleeding. He stopped moving and floated in the water. Everybody was greatly shocked. Luo Xiaobai bound a vine to Lu Renkuang and stuffed him into the vine, where there was air that he could breathe. Her face changed greatly. Run! But before Luo Xiaobai ran away, she had started trembling in the water while holding his head. She lost her grace and became crazy under the soul attack. Silently, Zhang Xuanyu began to escape with Luo Xiaobai in one hand and the vine that stored Lu Renkuang in the other hand. He also asked Han Fei to run. Han Fei had experienced mental attacks before. Back in the Thug Academy, Zhang Xuanyu had taught him a lesson. However, Zhang Xuanyu's soul attacks could only briefly pause him and slightly sting his head. Han Fei never felt that such attacks were good until this moment. Han Fei felt that an invisible tide was raging in his head. His head seemed to be falling apart during the moment. The pain was excruciating. It was not until seconds later that the agony finally began to dwindle. Damn it! The attacks of the soul-attracting jellyfish are this powerful? Han Fei discovered, to his surprise, that he weathered through the attacks. Before he was able to think, a hand had pulled him away. Xia Xiaochan said half invisibly, huh? You can resist the spiritual attacks of the soul-attracting jellyfish? Han Fei was briefly stunned. Aren't they soul attacks? Xia Xiaochan said, that means the same thing. Only those with high spiritual power can resist it. Xiaobai can deal with it as a manipulator, but the fatty can't. I didn't expect that you could resist it too. Are spirit gatherers talented in spiritual power too? Han Fei simply lied. Have you forgotten that I practice the million knife art? I'm not only controlling the knives with spiritual energy. Xia Xiaochan found Han Fei's explanation reasonable and didn't question him further. Everybody moved quickly, but after a while, they realized that there were a couple of soul-attracting jellyfish every 1,000 meters. They never thought that they would see so many unusual creatures at once. Of course, they also understood why few great fishing masters ever returned from here alive. This place was precarious for those who were not good at dealing with soul or spiritual attacks. Luo Xiaobai came back to herself. Stop. Let's find an empty place. Zhang Xuanyu will stand before me while I pull one of them to us. Xia Xiaochan said, I'll kill one on my own, while you pull it. Then we'll kill the last of the jellyfish together. Luo Xiaobai asked, Are you sure you can deal with it, Xiaochan? Xia Xiaochan waved her dagger and said, Of course. It can't find me before I attack it. And it won't stand a chance anymore after I attack it. Han Fei said, Xiaochan, it's time to use the supreme stab. After all, those soul-attracting jellyfish are all above level 30. Xia Xiaochan nodded and suddenly disappeared. Holding back her discomfort, Luo Xiaobai unleashed her vines towards a soul-attracting jellyfish. In the meantime, Zhang Xuanyu and Han Fei stopped before her to protect her. Zhang Xuanyu asked, Han Fei, are you sure you can do this? Han Fei glanced at him. A real man is always ready. The soul-attracting jellyfish were not very fast. Or rather, most jellyfish were all very slow. It was easy to catch them. However, the moment the jellyfish was caught, everybody sensed a spiritual blast. Zhang Xuanyu's face suddenly turned red as he summoned the bloodthirsty shark and blew out a spiritual wave. Bam! The invisible powers collided, and water was surging within 100 meters. Zhang Xuanyu's face was pale, but he had weathered through the jellyfish's attack. Seeing that the soul-attracting jellyfish's first attack was over, Han Fei immediately summoned dozens of blue sea wandering dragon daggers. Hew! 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 The daggers penetrated through the soul-attracting jellyfish in the blink of an eye, but to Han Fei's surprise, the jellyfish was absolutely fine despite all the wounds on it. It was like a jelly with many tiny holes, but the jelly was still intact. Humph! I don't believe it. You can block a couple of attacks, but can you block hundreds of attacks? Break now! While Zhang Xuanyu and Luo Xiaobai watched him in surprise, Han Fei performed the million knife art that he wasn't familiar with for the first time. Though he hadn't fully grasped it yet, it was still rather terrifying when a dozen daggers cut the soul-attracting jellyfish crazily. Humph! The spiritual attacks came again, and Zhang Xuanyu took action again coldly. Bam! Bam! After attacking a couple of times, Zhang Xuanyu vomited blood. He had run out of his spiritual energy and was in need of a rest. He hurried to speak to Han Fei, kill it and wake up Lirenquang first. His 1,000-blade slash will be handy. Han Fei nodded. This soul-attracting jellyfish was too heavily wounded to be contracted by Zhang Xuanyu. Besides, the situation was still dangerous, and Renquang could help with his range attacks after he woke up. Since this soul-attracting jellyfish was dying, Han Fei simply charged at it fearlessly and tore it apart, taking out the soul resistance pearl in the jellyfish. Han Fei threw the pearl to Zhang Xuanyu and said, I'll go check Xia Xiaochan. Luo Xiaobai said, Be careful. Zhang Xuanyu was exhausted and needed a rest. He didn't stop Han Fei either. Han Fei swam 1,000 meters away, before he summoned Little White and Little Black. He pointed at a soul-attracting jellyfish not far away and said, Little Black, bite through it and get me the pearl inside. Little Black darted out, but when it saw the enormous jellyfish, it wondered whether or not its master had overestimated the capacity of its stomach. Little Black's body size increased multiple times. Then it opened its mouth and bit the jellyfish. Then, Han Fei saw an amazing thing. A large piece of the supposedly powerful soul-attracting jellyfish was bitten off like jelly. Because Little Black was in stealth mode, the soul-attracting jellyfish did not where the enemy was at all and could only attack randomly. As a result, the water nearby was surging. In no more than 10 breaths, Little Black returned with the soul resistance pearl and affectionately rubbed Han Fei's arm. Han Fei took the soul resistance pearl and simply swallowed it. This soul-attracting jellyfish was probably the most tragic one in history. It didn't understand what was going on at all when Little Black devoured it like jelly. Seizing the chance, Han Fei swam forward and gathered another 2 soul resistance pearls soon. At this point, Little Black was mauling another soul-attracting jellyfish. When Han Fei shouted, "Little Black, don't kill it, just cripple it. I have other purposes for this jellyfish." When the soul-attracting jellyfish was half dead, Han Fei reached it unhurriedly and smiled at the creature that had just been tortured by its natural enemy. Immediately, the soul-attracting jellyfish launched a spiritual attack on Han Fei, but Han Fei sensed nothing special except slight discomfort and a minor headache. He couldn't help but feel that the soul resistance pearls were really good stuff. He wondered if he could be stronger if he had a few more of them. Then, Han Fei took out another soul resistance pearl and put it in his mouth. The cool pearl was quickly digested by the spiritual energy in his body. When the soul-attracting jellyfish attacked him again, Han Fei felt nothing except a quiver. Han Fei's eyes glowed. This works. 2 pearls are enough for me to resist the spiritual attacks of the soul-attracting jellyfish. They're totally worth it. The soul-attracting jellyfish was rather stunned. If it could speak, it would have cursed Han Fei loudly for cheating. "Come here." A calabash appeared in Han Fei's hand and he absorbed the half-dead soul attracting jellyfish, sending it to the company of the dragon eel and other creatures in the calabash.